hear you.
Father, like
Can you hear
there's
me?
an empty seat in front of you. Please
Can you
calm
hear
down.
me?
Thank you very much.
Hello?
Hello, I can hear you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. I just wanted to confirm. So, delighted actually to be on this
Okay, admin,
platform
please
with you
can you hold
today.
on? Admin, please can you hold on? Just give me
Okay.
2 minutes.
Hello?
Thank you so much. Mr. Monday. I don't want to call the remaining names, please. Thank you, sir. Oh, wow. She made me proud. Wow. Okay, thank you very much. We're good, right? Okay. So, admin, are you there? Admin,
Yes,
can
I
you
am.
hear us?
I can
Okay,
hear
please
you
can
loud
we
and
have
clear.
our address? Thank you very much.
Okay, I think I can proceed, right? Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much. Just to confirm again, can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can.
Okay,
Yes,
thank
we
you very much.
can.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. Let me start by greeting us all and saying it's actually a delight being here on this platform. I mean, lots of effort has been put behind the scene to see that today or this conference it's a success. And I'm glad that all the efforts paid off and are still paying off. Um, so I welcome everyone again today to this conference. conference. It's an absolute pleasure to have you all here with us today, all eager to learn, grow, and connect. I know everyone here is looking forward to learning one or two things he or she will use. So my name is Joy Olatunbosun, and I'm welcome to be taking this welcome session. As we kick off this amazing event, I want all of us to take a moment to acknowledge the power and the potential that each and every one of you possess. I don't want you to see yourself as small. You all have something important or something tangible to contribute to the society. I mean, see yourself as leaders, innovators, and change makers of our world. So you all have the capacity, including me myself talking. We all have the capacity to shape our destinies, to pursue our passion, and to make lasting impact, not just on the lives of people around us, but we as well have the capacity to make impact on the society at large. Um, so far, so good. We've been looking at our topic, sit down and build, an X-ray into gaining stability in greater heights in life. The fact is that life is full of ups and downs. And sometimes it may not be smooth. Sometimes for others, it may be smooth. However, it's not the same altogether. There'll be times when you feel like you are up there, you feel like everything in lines are falling in places. And there are times whereby it seems like you're struggling, even when you know that much effort is being put into whatever you're trying to attain rather. But in those moments of uncertainty, I want you to take time to sit down, reflect, and build stronger foundation for yourself. Uh, don't be overwhelmed by what is not falling when things are not falling in place. Just be calm, be composed, and re-strategize. So sit down doesn't mean giving up or being complacent. No. Sit down actually means taking a step back, reevaluating your priorities, and focusing on what truly matters. Probably it may entail you re-strategizing. It might entail you um, changing your cycle of influence or readapting to a new lifestyle, or probably taking further steps and focusing on what truly matters. So it's about building a sense of stability and security within yourself so that you can weather the storm that comes your way. And even when it keeps raging, you can stand against it. So when you sit down and build, you're creating a solid foundation for growth and success. I mean, you're taking time to understand your strengths, your weaknesses, and to also identify your path and value and develop a clear vision for your life. I mean, you're taking time to understand your strengths, your weaknesses, and to also identify your path for your life. So as you sit down and build into the future, as you sit down and build into that future you're envisioning, you start to notice that you're gaining more stability and build into that future you're envisioning. You'll be better able to handle challenges and setbacks, and you'll also be more focused on achieving your goals. I also like to say building isn't just about personal growth, it's about lifting others up and making a positive impact in their lives and as well the community. The essence of this conference. So you can one or two tips that will add value to yourself. And in the long run, you're also adding value to the society. So as you sit down and build, remember that you are not alone. We are all in it together. You're building, I am building. The other party is building. So you're a part of a larger network of individuals who are all working towards creating a better world. So I want to leave you with a challenge today. Take some time to sit down and reflect on life. Think about what you want to build. What is that picture or what is that future you see? How do you want to paint it? And how do you intend to give life to that future? Think about what steps would you take to laying a strong foundation in building that stability or that stable future you envisage. And what kind of foundation you intend creating to get there? So, like I said earlier, remember, in the process of gaining stability and building a better future, you're not alone in this journey. We are all together in this together. And I believe that we're together with the right mindset. Come what may, we will achieve greatness. So let's build, let's grow, and let's make a difference. Uh, so as we kick off fully into the program for today, I want you to take down notes, be open-minded, and gather as much information as you can that will help you in the process of building. Um, Furthermore, I believe that in the course of the program, we'll also be having exciting breakout sessions. Yeah, designed to engage, inspire, and equip you with practical skills as well as life skills and tangible knowledge that you will use. So in these breakout sessions, you have the opportunity to explore topics like personal development, leadership, and many others the program or the conference has for us. You also get to interact with facilitators, peers, share experiences, and learn from one another. Some of the breakout sessions may include hands-on activities, group discussions, and interactive sessions. Maximize every of the face this conference has to present. Participate fully and make the most of your experience in this conference. So get ready to dive in, be open-minded, and take away valuable insights that you can apply to your life and pursuits. Together, let's make the most of today's break of together. Let's make the most of today's conference and take out our learning and growth to the next level in shaping a better future. Thank you.
So, apple, banana. Banana, carrot, apple. Can we go again? Are you ready? Let's beat. Let's hear the basics. Let's hear the basics. Mr. David, you get it. I think it's your name. Okay, so I'm going to forward, banana, go forward, and we are going very carrot, turn around. Okay, please be careful. So let's go to the next one. Carrot, banana, apple. Okay. Coming here, right? They are pursuing the eyes. No problem. I understand. Okay. Are you ready? Apple, banana. Carrot, banana. Yeah, there are a lot of those. So, um, it's something called fast. It's not like the middle fast people. Okay. Please, you can have your seat. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, so join us to find for this program. If you feel like it, bye. It's a very program of life. This is the life. This is just, I'm understanding. It's a very, very nice. It's a very beautiful spell. First day, yeah. That's a very good during the session, which is a meeting, but that's it doesn't take very long.
Expanding it. With my dog Coco, Sienna, she's morale. Engineer for a walk. She times them perfectly when I meet up away from school. Was a huge because I'm always on the go. That's usually when somebody always mouth and I have to reply to the client and your words are jumbled. They sometimes that you're busy having on irregularity and really does a great job. Kind of like having a second set of eyes, so it does not seem like I'm distracted.
By then,
I'm not
many
gonna lie.
engineers
Script,
already
right?
to create
If you're not like question and it's a help communicate.
did manage to held vehicles.
I'm
These
like
early
really
inventions weren't fully practical. Carl noticed most of these early vehicles were based on steam engine technology, and under the guidance of Professor Ring, he soon realized the need for a totally different concept. While many people initially laughed at his vision, he always believed it was possible. Thus, after graduating from Karlsruhe at the age of 19, Benz spent the next 7 years working several engineering and construction jobs. And while he struggled, Mercedes-Benz is one of the oldest and most luxurious car companies in the world, worth around $80 billion. But being among the most desired and expensive cars today, it's easy to forget its early humble beginnings. It all started with a poor engineer who faced many doubts and failures in his pursuit of building the first horseless carriage. In spite of his challenges, he proved everyone wrong and turned his small venture into the world's first and biggest production car company during the late 19th century. But what started as an inspiring success story took a surprisingly dark turn when the company profited from supplying military vehicles to the Nazis under the work of forced laborers. So sit back and relax, because today we'll be covering the insane story of Mercedes-Benz and the man who brought automobiles to life, Carl Benz. Carl Benz was born in November 1844 in the German town of Mühlberg. Born into a low-class household, his father was a locomotive driver, who barely managed to sustain his family enough to get by. However, when Karl turned 2 years old, his father passed away, leaving him and his mother in dire financial straits. Needless to say, Benz's childhood wasn't easy, but despite living in poverty and going to bed with an empty stomach, his mother did everything she could to make sure her son had a good education. Thanks to her, Karl was able to attend school and showed signs of brilliance at a very young age, most notably in chemistry and mechanics. By the time he was 15, Karl decided to follow in his father's footsteps and pass the entrance exam for mechanical engineering at the University of Karlsruhe, where he met a teacher that would eventually play a big role in his life, Ferdinand Rettenbacher. Rettenbacher is regarded as the main figure who transformed mechanical engineering from a workshop-based profession into a technical science in Germany, and was a huge believer that steam engines, which were mostly used for railways and boats at the time, were quickly becoming a thing of the past. Under his teaching, Benz's interest in horseless carriages really started to take off, and being a regular bicycle rider himself, he began tinkering around with his bike, experimenting with possible ways he could create a motorized vehicle. By then, many engineers and inventors had already attempted to create the first automobile, and while a few of them did manage to build self-propelled vehicles, these early inventions weren't fully practical yet. Karl noticed that most of these early vehicles were based on steam engine technology, and under the guidance of Professor Rettenbacher, he soon realized the need for a totally different concept. While many people initially laughed at his vision, he always believed it was possible. He just needed more time to prove it. Thus, after graduating from Karlsruhe at the age of 19, Benz spent the next 7 years working several engineering and construction jobs, and while he struggled to fit in with any of them, he used everything he learned to kickstart his own venture in 1871. At age 27, Karl partnered with a mechanic named August Ritter, and together they began operating an iron foundry and mechanical workshop in Mannheim. At that same time, Benz kept working on his side project, trying to develop a motorized carriage, so having a partner to help him run the business seemed essential. But unfortunately for Karl, his business partner turned out to be unreliable, and after their tools were impounded by local authorities, their company struggled immensely during its first year. Luckily, Karl had also met a woman around that time, Bertha Ringer, who would go on to become his wife a few years later. Born into a wealthy family, Bertha was a woman of strong values and couldn't stand to see her fiancé's efforts being wasted by his business partner. So, she decided to use her own dowry to buy out Ritter's entire share of the company, placing her and Karl in full control of the business. Together, they were able to turn the situation around and keep the business afloat during the next 10 years. Despite all the struggles, it was during this period when Karl was able to Mercedes-Benz is one of the oldest and most luxurious car companies in the world, worth around $80 billion. But being among the most desired and expensive cars today, it's easy to forget its early, humble beginnings. It all started with a poor engineer who faced many doubts and failures in his pursuit of building the first horseless carriage. In spite of his challenges, he proved everyone wrong and turned his small venture into the world's first and biggest production car company during the late 19th century. But what started as an inspiring success story took a surprisingly dark turn when the company profited from supplying military vehicles to the Nazis under the work of forced laborers. So sit back and relax, because today we'll be covering the insane story of Mercedes-Benz and the man who brought automobiles to life, Carl Benz. Carl Benz was born in November 1844 in the German town of Mühlberg. Born into a low-class household, his father was a locomotive driver who barely managed to sustain his family enough to get by. However, when Carl turned 2 years old, his father passed away, leaving him and his mother in dire financial straits. Needless to say, Benz's childhood wasn't easy. But despite living in poverty and going to bed with an empty stomach, his mother did everything she could to make sure her son had a good education. Thanks to her, Carl was able to attend school and showed signs of brilliance at a very young age, most notably in chemistry and mechanics. By the time he was 15, Carl decided to follow in his father's footsteps and pass the entrance exam for mechanical engineering at the University of Karlsruhe, where he met a teacher that would eventually play a big role in his life, Ferdinand Rettenbacher. Rettenbacher is regarded as the main figure who transformed mechanical engineering from a workshop-based profession into a technical science in Germany, and was a huge believer that steam engines, which were mostly used for railways and boats at the time, were quickly becoming a thing of the past. Under his teaching, Benz's interest in horseless carriages really started to take off, and being a regular bicycle rider himself, he began tinkering around with his bike, experimenting with possible ways he could create a motorized vehicle. By then, many engineers and inventors had already attempted to create the first automobile, and while a few of them did manage to build self-propelled vehicles, these early inventions weren't fully practical yet. Carl noticed that most of these early vehicles were based on steam engine technology, and under the guidance of Professor Rettenbacher, he soon realized the need for a totally different concept. While many people initially laughed at his vision, he always believed it was possible. He just needed more time to prove it.
If your work sprawls across multiple apps, you need ClickUp.
Yeah, you do. ClickUp is the AI-powered work platform that unifies your entire team and all your tools together.
Thus, after graduating from Karlsruhe at the age of 19, Benz spent the next 7 years working several engineering and construction jobs, and while he struggled to fit in with any of them, he used everything he learned to kickstart his own venture in 1871. At age 27, Carl partnered with a mechanic named August Ritter, and together they began operating an iron foundry and mechanical workshop in Mannheim. At that same time, Benz kept working on his side project, trying to develop a motorized carriage, so having a partner to help him run the business seemed essential. But unfortunately for Carl, his business partner turned out to be unreliable, and after their tools were impounded by local authorities, their company struggled immensely during its first year. Luckily, Carl had also met a woman around that time, Bertha Ringer, who would go on to become his wife a few years later. Born into a wealthy family, Bertha was a woman of strong values and couldn't stand to see her fiancé's efforts being wasted by his business partner. So, she decided to use her own dowry to buy out Ritter's entire share of the company, placing her and Carl in full control of the business. Together, they were able to turn the situation around and keep the business afloat during the next 10 years. Despite all the struggles, it was during this period when Carl was able to show his true genius, making major developments and breakthroughs in his side experiments. Most notably, developing a gasoline two-stroke engine in 1879. To earn more revenue, he also began to patent his inventions, such as his engine speed regulation system, ignition via a battery system, spark plug, carburetor, clutch, gear shift, and a water radiator. With these designs, Carl was not only getting closer to achieving his dream of a horseless carriage, but they also allowed him to add more products that he could sell from his business. However, the business wasn't going as well as he had hoped. You see, the production costs from Carl's venture had risen so much. The banks and corporate at Carl left with only 5% of his company's shares, and thus was downgraded from his position. To make matters worse, his ideas were no longer taken into account when the company designed new products. In fact, he had no say whatsoever in the company anymore. Frustrated and hurt with this arrangement, Carl packed up his things and left the corporation the following year. Leaving his company came as a hard blow for Carl, but the disappointment made him even more determined to be successful. His longtime passion for bicycles would bring him to Max Rose and Friedrich Wilhelm, two men who owned a bicycle repair shop in Mannheim. Together, they established Benz & C and focused on manufacturing industrial machines and stationary gas engines. Unlike Carl's previous venture, this one started pretty well and became quite profitable within a short period of time. With steady income pouring in and a staff of 25 people, Benz finally directed his main focus toward his lifelong dream, building an automobile using his gas engine. Instead of simply adding a motor to a carriage, Carl built the carriage around the motor, and using similar technology to that of a bicycle, he constructed what many considered to be the first true automobile in 1885, the Benz Patent Motorwagen. This two-seater vehicle ran on 3 wire wheels, forming a tricycle, and was powered by a gasoline 4-stroke motor. Its one-cylinder engine produced 2/3 of a horsepower and could go around 7 miles per hour. Benz knew this was revolutionary, and after testing and refining his vehicle, he drove his wonder car out to the public in the summer of 1886. However, he received mixed reviews from critics. While some admired his creation, most people were skeptical about the machine, and many didn't want him to drive around on the main streets for fear that the vehicle might explode. Others were even convinced that Benz was the devil driving an infernal carriage. Carl's business partners weren't too happy about it either. His obsession with the automobile kept him away from his work, and they couldn't see how his invention could be of use. Why would anyone buy such a machine? Nevertheless, Carl Benz was convinced that his horseless carriage was the future, the first person in the world to do so. His biggest supporter was his wife, who would often stay with her husband in the workshop, offering him new suggestions. But even after adding improvements, people still couldn't see Carl's vision. On the other hand, the few people who bought the cars could only use them to cover short distances, and even with that, they needed mechanics to be with them at all times. It also didn't help that they were very expensive, leaving them only accessible to the rich and elite, and even many members of the so-called elite didn't fancy them because they were so loud and messy. With that being said, one thing was clear. Carl needed to convince the world that the automobile was here to stay. One morning in the summer of 1888, Bertha Benz got up very early while Carl was still in bed and hopped into her husband's car to embark on one of the most important journeys in automobile history. She brought along her 2 sons and set out to visit her mother in
Wow, thank you very much, Mr. Frank. Okay, can I have you on stage, please? I see someone raising a hand. Let's keep clapping. Thank you. So tell us your name. Yes.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Aisha Muhammad. Um, Anywhere I find myself, I like expressing myself. I like telling people what are my ideas and all of that. And this video here was a really interesting one. You know why? Because I wasn't attending the online classes from the Thursday you were talking about, but from the summary the two people gave, one talked about idea and the other one talked about consistency. And this video has said a lot about it. Number one is idea. Idea was the reason why this person started this bends of a thing, the machine of a thing, and all of that. And again, consistency is what made it to be what we are seeing today. Thank you.
Wow, wow. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, we're swinging into our next program for the day, and that's a beautiful talk with Dr. Favor. Dr. Favor, please, can we have you? Please, if you don't clap, I'll tell him not to come. If you don't clap, please clap harder, harder, please. YCC 9.0 switch. Oh wow, I like it. Let's go again. YCC 9.0. We switch with a snap. YCC 9.0 switch. Oh, I like that. Thank you very much. Dr. Favor. Woo! Dr. Favor, we can dance for you now. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Please, let's keep clapping. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hope. Um, can I get a platform or something? No, let me just use it. Okay, first of all, can you say, how can you tell your neighbor now that will make your neighbor laugh? Okay, can you tell your neighbor, what is your, what's your favorite, what was your favorite nickname? So whisper to your neighbor, let's say your neighbor will hear. The nickname that they called you in school, your favorite nickname. I know someone's own, I won't tell you. Not the real name, oh, nickname. Nickname is not your first name, right? Nickname is not your surname too. Nickname is the name that just your friends call you, right? Yeah. So I want to be sure. Those people online, can you see me and can you hear me? So this is the camera I should look at, I guess. Okay.
Yes, I
So
can.
awesome, great. So I'm going to be coming up twice. So not just one, I'm going to come on twice. The first session we'll call now, and then after now, I'll come again to talk about the other section. Okay? So majorly starting with the theme, which is what this introductory section will be about. Please stay connected. Don't leave the call for those of you online. I know some people are joining from Europe. Some people are joining also from Austria and from the US. So the thing is, this first session is just about the theme of the program. Who can tell us the theme of the program? YCC. Sit down and build, right? Great. So the concept behind, first of all, nice to meet you all. My name is Dr. Favor. I'd like to start by introducing myself. Primarily, I'm a dentist. So my work centers around helping to improve people's smile, transform their appearance, and also to help salvage situations that are both congenital and caused by trauma or whatsoever condition, especially as it affects their head and their neck region. So dentistry is not just about the teeth, it's also about managing developmental condition and also managing conditions that are caused by trauma, right? We go to accident and emergency and cases like that, we see them. So that's me professionally. Aside that, or while I was in school, I discovered another passion, which is not bad, and neither have I forgotten my first passion of, in the medical line. While I was in school, I found out that a lot of my friends who were not in the medical line, most of them would graduate with the first class, some with a 2-1, and then after finishing school, they were unemployed. It was so painful to me because you see somebody who was smart, scholarly, and then after graduation, the person is looking for a job, you know. It's not like I see the person was not a good person. Some of them are the nicest persons, they have good CVs and all that. So I thought, what could probably be the missing, line in their case, or what's the issue? So I started finding out the core causes or the problems that could be responsible for their lack of employment. And I found out that it was because many of them lack skills. Yesterday, is it yesterday? Yes. The speaker yesterday said something. She said, one of the speakers yesterday said something. She said, when you are planning out your life, have plan A, plan B, plan C, and plan D. That even if plan A fails, plan B fails, plan C fails, plan D with skills. Good. So your skill will never fail you, right? And the truth is, I x-rayed most of the people that I was having empathy for. I mean, most of them, while they were in school, they were just focused on their books. They did not go for skills. They were not really the kind of persons that could solve problems that relates to real-time problems that people will be looking for and are ready to pay on the spot, right? And I thought to myself that, what if I start finding solution by helping them, by training them to get skills in certain areas, what the employers are looking for. So that's where we started the initiative of GELA, right? So GELA was out there to identify, train, certify, and deploy. Can you notice the 4 things I just mentioned? So we identify them, we train them, we certify them, and we deploy them. And every of these things we are doing, we try to do it in a unique way that many other, because of course, before we came into the space, there are many other organizations that exist out there. And many of them probably are even solving this stuff in a big way, but instead of better ways that we could do it uniquely. So now, our training, what's unique about our training was the fact that we are training people 247. People can get trained in Nigeria by 2 o'clock in the night. Somebody else in Austria by 5 a.m. Somebody else in US. Do you understand? So all round. So and then we thought of it that yes, we need to have cohorts. So we developed a program called the Prestigious Global Mentorship Program, where we have cohorts, biannual cohorts, twice a year. So people go through the program for 3 months and they get trained and exposed to these skills. While on the training, they get exposed to the soft skills that they lack, and also they have the opportunity to also, at the end of the training, get a certification, which I mentioned before, right? Identify, train, certify. And our certification, we make sure that the certification is something that is unique, that people that get that certification, I know of somebody in one of these Asian country, he got certified through PGMP, and just from that certification, he got an internship. Just from that certification, somebody got a job opportunity. From that certification, somebody got a scholarship. These testimonials are out there, right? So then beyond that, beyond the certification, deployment, we started thinking of how we can deploy the same people to get job opportunities. So you can see how the whole journey started, right? So now, bringing us back to the topic, sit down and build. There's a lot of distraction in the present world. One of the themes for our webinars, I think a couple of months ago, was a noisy word. I think the team, you can remind me, virtual event management team. Direction or vision in a noisy word. I just paraphrase. Because the word is so noisy. Now, noisy in the sense that a lot of young people are copying. They want to be somebody else. They want to be somebody who's out there. They don't even know they don't know what the foundation the person have laid. The person you are mimicking, the person you think you want to be like, you don't know the person has an uncle in the US. The person has an uncle in the UK. This is the time to even start investing on and getting skills. You know, even in school, you say you want to wait till after you have finished school. You know the sad thing about waiting? A lot of opportunities consider your age. And you know one thing about age? Your age does not wait for you. Does it wait for you? How old were you 5 years ago? You were 5 years younger. Interesting thing is that a lot of opportunities, no matter how nice the opportunity is, it is always age specific. Am I lying to you? Even the Mandela Washington program, for example, or Yali, many of these programs, they will tell you from 18, right? Most of them, majority, 18 to 35, right? Why do you think so? Because there has to be a targeted audience. So if you are just considering the fact that, well, I just want to finish this program, you have done your undergraduate studies, instead you need focus. You finish that, you say you want to do masters, you need focus. You finish that, you want to do PhD. At what age will you be at the end of that PhD that you are going to really now start developing the skills you want? Do you understand? So it means that you really need to sit down intentionally and start building these skills, even in school. The KEC2 program, for example, that I mentioned, you know, the first day of this program, I mean, we had an evening session. It has age range. I think it's about 16 to 26 or 27 years. So if you are 30 now and you say you want to get KEC2 program, they won't select you, right? And roughly, this age range I just mentioned is the age that most of us are in university. So you really need to start thinking of how to build even as a student. If you have finished school and you are still younger than this age range I've mentioned, you are lucky. Do you understand? So sit down and build is a call to focus. It's a call to realize that in life there are seasons. And these seasons, if it passes you behind, you have just lost a particular phase of your life that you cannot recover again, except by the mercies of God, of course. Are we together? So the idea about this will lead me to talk about seasons a bit, because I talked about it before now, and most people were not here. There are seasons in our life as young people, and it's very important that you pay attention to these seasons. There are seasons that, let me use natural things to explain. For example, in Nigeria, we have rainy season, right? And dry season, isn't it? Good. Abroad, you have what? Winter, summer, what? Autumn. Okay, good. Or spring. So now, there are certain things that you plant in these seasons that if you plant it, it will be favorable for one particular crop, but unfavorable for another one. Is that true? Good. As a young person, there's a phase in your life that you'll be surprised. A lot of opportunities will just be at you. You don't. Sometimes you don't even look for them. You just see them. You just see an opportunity. You just apply. You just select you. If you don't maximize those periods, a time will come that you realize that you're applying for opportunities. You're just getting rejection mails up and down. Like you'll be thinking it's devil or it's village people. Do you understand? It's important to identify that when you are to identify the seasons you are and maximize it. a lot of times as young people, this phase we have a lot of strength. We have a lot of time. We are the one thinking we don't have time. Go and ask people that have 5 children. They will tell you what busy schedule means. Do you understand? They want, the first child will say, wake me up by 2 a.m. I want to read. Child 2, wake me up by 3. I want to read. The next child, wake me up by 4. So meaning they don't want you to even sleep. Meaning you're not going to sleep. And meanwhile, they expect you during the day to go and work and get money for them to eat. Do you understand? So your schedule will never be easier. Will never be less busy. Let me use that term. All right? It will always get busier. So it's important that at every phase, we know how to multitask. We know how to prioritize the things that really matter to us at this phase. At these phases, because after that period, you might just have to start struggling, asking a lot of questions, why things are not working.
If you make a mistake, you will be things like that. So for you to take that risk, if you want to be medical school, to go for
Okay, so for you to be able to take risk in medical school, it shows that first of all you are someone that's intentional, right? So in medical school, I used to travel for conferences. I would carry my book along in those trips, and I know at some point I now told myself that it's good to travel, it's good to go for all these programs and everything, but then can I be what can I do to build something back home? The sense came from one of the programs we went for, how that one of the mentors, he called us, a few of us, to his office. The mentor I'm talking about is a Mandela Washington fellow. He's someone that has gone very far, very, very far. He called us to his office. All of us that he called, about 99% of us were founders, right? The person I'm talking about now is the owner of one of the biggest apps in Nigeria, right? He called us to his office, and he said, do not, I can't forget this lesson, he said, do not be carried away with the euphoria of traveling everywhere, posting on social media, and impressing people. Ensure you are building something. He now told us the story of a lady that he always meets in one of these conferences he goes to. And of course, the conferences is not, when I talk about this conference, they are fully funded conference. It's not about whether you have money. Even if you have money, they won't select you. Do you understand? You know, there are conferences like that, that even if you have money, it's your idea that will invite you to those conferences. So he meets the lady in that conference, some conference like that, and he doesn't even plan to apply with her. Coincidentally, he will apply, other people applying, go for the conference, and you'll see that the lady attended. And then, after some years or so, he looked back, and she was literally just enjoying the trips, because every time she goes for those conferences, And then she really was not building anything, largely. But he himself, what he was doing was that with the knowledge he got, he will put it back into his company, right? Today, he owns one of the biggest. I'm trying to see if I can mention his name. One of the biggest app they endorsed one of these big brother Ninja stars. They had one of them be their brand ambassador. You know how much they will be paying that kind of person. Do you understand? So the point is, don't be carried away by the euphoria of flights. This flight we're talking about, one day you get tired. You get tired of it. Some of us, when we enter flights, connecting, when you have met enter connecting flight so much, this journey, I'm tired. Somebody almost lost in connecting flight. They said stopping. We were traveling to US. Stop in Germany. We stop in Germany. That's their airport. Very big. Okay, the next flight that's coming, they said it will come in about 4 or 5 hour time. So meaning what will we be doing? Be waiting, just waiting. Some people got lost. They just, when the flight came, they know, because some of they will use English and they will use their German system. You miss the English one. You're not hearing the German one. You are gone. So you understand. So when you all these conferences they are very good. Don't get me wrong. They are very important. I will tell you about the importance of these programs. What I'm saying is that put it back. Make sure you are building something. Make sure if you are building a product, let it be that you're building a product. If you are building an organization, let it be that you're building an organization. If you are, let it be that there's something you're putting that thing back in. I don't know if you get me. When I got the opportunity to be selected for one of the programs, which of them would let's talk about the GES program, Global Engagement Summit, right? That program, they select just about 30 persons in the entire world, just 30 persons to enter a room like this. That's why for example, this conference, we're not really impressed by population. If we wanted population, we'll just make the event free, is that not so? Right? Here will be full. In fact, we'll be looking for space. We'll just have extra outside. So, but that conference was, it's not even payment. You don't pay for it. It's based on your ideas. If you apply for the conference, they evaluate your ideas. Sometimes they will tell you to submit your projects, and they review your project. They verify it first because they don't want anything that is scam to be affiliated with them. Do you understand? And then you just get an invitation mail. Congratulations, you have been invited. We saw your idea to be so amazing. You have been invited to the US for this is like from this day to this day. Your hotel has been booked. Everything has been that kind of. I mean, if you want to get that kind of mails, like. So that was how GS came, and then at that conference, one of the things I found out that most of the people that they invited for that in that conference at the room, the 30 of us there were people that had something they were building. They had something they were building. And most of them were very young. I was even thinking I'm young. When I got there, I saw that I am late. Like, God, Nigeria, Africa, we are behind schedule. Do you understand? We are behind schedule. Like, those in the Western world, they are ahead of us in terms of, most of them, they were like 17, 16. I think the oldest I saw there, if I'm not mistaken, should be 21 or thereabouts. Yeah? Check some of them. They are inventors. One of them there had already gotten his first $500,000. Not by grants, his products. $500,000. So I'm like, these are human beings. And in Africa here, just become a successful person at maybe 30. People will start thinking you're a Yahoo boy. Or people will start thinking that, do you understand? There's something wrong. Maybe there's something fishy about what you are doing. Do you understand my point? So we really need to evaluate the ideology we have in Africa. I'm saying this also because we're public, we are online. We really need to correct some of the ideologies we have about success, how we define success. Do you get? Because if we really need to go far, we need to aim far. And building your foundation, our foundation has to be very deep. If the foundation has to be very deep, it means that a lot of things that impress people will really not impress you. As I said, going for those conferences can be nice, but you get to a point in time whereby you're not really impressed by all those things. It's about what you are building back home. If you're not building something sustainable, if you're not building something that can change people's life, then you're actually going to be wasting time in the long run. I'll end with this my first session by saying that it gets to a point where, okay, I was leading. I remember why I was talking in the direction I went to earlier. I was attending I was attending conferences a lot then, and then I told myself that I want to be an organizer, not really traveling for conferences. That why can't I also organize conference? And that was how we started organizing YCC. And this year, this is the 9th edition, every single year, 9th edition. Do you understand? So your decision, how intentional about your decision can tell how far you will go and how deep the foundation you are building can take you. I think I should just stop at this point. But in the meantime, if you have questions for this first period, I will appreciate it. Thank you.
The favor. Is he working? Okay, thank you very much. Yes, working.
My local one.
I do. So please, if you have any questions, just signify with your raise your hand. Just raise your. I got Maxwell. I got David. Oh, Femi. Olua, it's Femi now.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much. That was just a joke. It's to okay, 2 minutes to 12. Good morning, everybody. My name is Olafemi Emaye. Okay, so my question would thank you so much for the session, Mr. Favor. That was you point out to many things, and I want to just do this out. Okay, I used to do something usually. I understand that in the world we have all of us are not the same. And some of us, by privilege of chance and mentorship, require to have access to a number of information that quite much span beyond our years. So I used to more like hold the convergence on my birthdays. I think that began like 2021 when I first published my book. But I wasn't quite too much. I just felt like, oh, there was something I knew that I felt like people should know more about. So I could hold such program, invite some of my voices, as it were. And at some point, I just felt like, I think I should stay more consistent with this thing. But my own point here is, I really don't know if it like one is just being overzealous or one is just, the intention is not to make a film. It's about grassroots involvement. Because in 2020, I actually will be one of the MCN fellow. So I led a project on team narrative with JIG then. So, but that was like what more like spurred me into all of these things. So my own question is, I know having to lead this program or let me hold these companions for good 9 years. That's close to a decade, bro. Sorry, just permit my ignorance. So I'm just trying to say that okay, if you have been able to do this over time, how have you been able to like conquer that? How did it start? How did it get along? And now that we are where we are today, how did we arrive here? So I'm just trying to use it more like a case study reflection for me if I'm taking it as a call to action after now. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, so we have one other person. Maxwell, please come forward. Dr. Faber, I hope you got the question.
Consistency, yes. Okay. Here.
think this the best moment. This one actually because I've seen so many people that have the same energy as mine, you know. So I came here for a purpose, right? And I've seen people that maybe I can extract that from. I'm very good at that, sorry. So, you know, can I work with you? Sorry, sir. Thank you. No, you can sit. I just want to get this thing right. Are you ready? Are you ready? I'm scared. No, no, this is not the setup. You guys, are you ready? Hmm? That's not it. Okay, thank you. So are you ready, sir? Sir Fibo, sir, are you ready? Okay, I want to open you. And so I want to open you, sir. Okay, are you ready? Let's just make the class so interactive. You know what I mean? So let's go back to the first lectures we received from Vivian. This is what I want to get something just right. Something just right. You know, he said something that's documentation about what was the first person? Vivian. No, no, no. That's documentary. Yes, the puzzle. Yes, Aliko Dangote. Okay, let's pick this one. Can you jot something? Education. Just education, just education. Yes, yes. That's education. That's from the first documentary, right? And just have this, just keep in mind about what's the theme of this program today. Sit down and build. Okay, you have written education, right? So the second one, who is the second one in the documentary, the first one? Huh? Well, okay. Jokes, and can we just read that again? Oh, there's no way. Okay, let's just be ourselves. Let's just be ourselves. And there is something. Is he educated too? Do you remember the school he went to? The school, yeah, no, not Dangote. Yeah. No, no. I mean the first day. I'm going to the first day. Yeah. Yes, is it lady? I don't actually focus. Okay, so yes. Okay, education is there too. Put it too. Thank you. I just want to get something. There's something I want to get for myself. It's no for maybe somebody can pick it too, but I want to get it for myself. That's we have education in this point. Then focus. They have a plan, right? They started somewhere, right? Then focus too. Get focused from the two boats, right? Those two. They went to school. We told us that they went to school, right? Some of them went out. They didn't start with school, but school is there. Education. Thank you. That's why I wanted to work with you. And they didn't start with school, right? But they later went to school. Okay. So they had the focus. So what's the key point there? Sorry, I want to get something. Like, okay, what did they start with? Is it the education they start with or their idea? Okay, the idea. Okay, education just pushed it up. Okay. So focus, focus there. And you know what Vivian said? Consistency. Consistency. And there is this thing, I want to get this thing right. Can somebody be consistent on what he doesn't desire for? Huh? Okay. Thank you. So there was can you remember that guy asked something that what if you are doing something consistently like and it's like madness? Okay, it's like madness. Okay, but you cannot do something consistently without desire. You can't do it, right? And can you do something consistent? Okay, can you be consistent on something without hard work? Eh? Can it happen? Okay. So can I have they're not putting efforts. Can it happen? No. Very good. Okay. But please can you just speak up like That's hard dog. Eh? That's hard dog, right? Ma, what's your opinion? Is it hard dog? No, no, it's not. No, 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 it's not fine. It's not fine. Let her just like in what essence?
There's priority, there's major, there's major on something and minor on the other thing. So if you're supposed to be, you're majoring on a minor and you're constantly showing up for a minor thing. What I'm saying is like the subject of something. What I'm saying now is the subject of something. Like saying, I'm constantly doing this stuff. I think of it every day. That's
every day. Yeah. Yeah.
I see this whole. Yeah. Thank
you. Thank you. Okay. No, no, that's not what it feels.
It doesn't make it right or wrong. That's why I was thinking, I'm going to be mad. Like, bring something over and over and over, and you're not getting the result. That's the matter. When you bring something, it doesn't matter what that is. You are doing something every time, everywhere. When you are hard working.
Thank you. Because if you are lazy, you cannot do something consistently. Do you know? Yes, the hard work. No, see, even okay. So
No, not sleep. It's okay. It's no problem. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Maxwell. Thank you, Mr. Maxwell. There's no time for this, please. Yes, thank you. I hope your questions were answered at least. The focus, education, hard work. Yeah. Okay, you get? Okay. Okay, get there now. They want you to arrive. Oh, yeah, arrive. No, you've not gotten there. You have to arrive. All this hard work now. Our hard work cannot go in vain. Right, Mr. Femi?
You know what? Yes. I don't get it.
Yes.
You know why you keep that? You don't know why you keep that. Because that was what I'm for. You understand? There are so many. If I just ask you right now, can you just show me, like, in 10 seconds, show me 2 people on white. Right? Or two people holding white or on white. Thank you. Can I help you that? Can you do it in 10 seconds? Yeah. Okay, and do it again. Oh, okay. Now,
okay.
Do you see that book on the side? What color is that? And white. Well,
it's white.
Why don't you look at yes, thank you.
Thank you very much.
The point is that it's what actually is looking for. You can be hardworking, you can be consistent.
Yeah.
Right? But if you're not looking for that something, you won't get it. You don't understand?
Yeah, I get.
See,
he has arrived. Thank you, Mr. Maxwell. Thank you so much. Okay, Miss Leslie, you got the point now. Mr. Oluwafemi, you got the point, right? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you so much for coming out. Mr. Femi, your question will be answered pretty soon. Okay? Yeah, thank you. During the course of the program. Yes, so let's not be distracted. I'm sure we are learning. Please, let's just put our hands together for the committee that put this up. It's blessing me already. Thank you. Okay, so for our next speaker for the day, I'm sure you've been hearing her talk to you online, or you've seen her probably virtually, but today we're seeing her physically, right? For people that are on the physical side, yeah, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. We love you too. We love you too. Thank you. Okay, so let's welcome Mrs. Kubura. Can we get Mrs. Kubura? Woo! It means if you don't clap, she's not coming. I'll tell her not to come because should we dance or should we play a song? Should we keep clapping? Let's keep clapping. Let's keep clapping. Let's keep clapping to encourage her to come. What? Oh, yes, yes, yes. Mr. Oluwafemi's question.
Okay, Mr. Oluwafemi, right? So he asked a question about consistency, building consistency for a long period of time, so, right? So I think first, I think that one of the things that makes people consistent is vision. So notice the speaker said it yesterday, and somebody started it in the comment section. One of the things that keep people consistent is vision. If you are not consistent, reevaluate your vision. If you find out that you are not consistent at something, it means your vision for that thing is not clear. Do you know something about when I ask psychology? Do you know your brain can deceive you? Do you know it's possible? That just like somebody's mind can tell you are okay, and then you are not really okay. You can be believing that you have a vision about something, but really that vision is not as clear. And that's actually the reason why you're not consistent. So one of the things that hold consistent, one of the major anchor for consistency is vision, clarity of vision, right? Aside that, because vision and passion, which is the second thing that I want to talk about, vision and passion are the two major fits for consistency. Your passion and your vision is what will make you consistent. If you are someone that you have clarity of vision, you would have gotten a natural drive towards that thing. But then passion takes you and makes you to go an extra mile. For example, let me give just maybe one of the practical examples I can relate, even planning for this event. Welcome, Ma. So a lot of times, okay, let me just give one example. I just remembered something. A lot of times, you can think you're passionate about something, but then when situations try you, or when you go through difficult situations, you realize how easy you just abandon that thing. But if you are very passionate about that thing and it has gotten to the core of your soul, you will be firmly committed to it. I was to go for there was a time I got a lot of, there was a period where we were in Gela where I actually faced a setback, a major setback. I was looking at opportunities, how I could get grant funding, right? I was scouting. Because the speaker yesterday said something about there are different phases, and that it is a point in time whereby before you start seeing results increase, right? Before those stages, trust me, a lot of your energy and your money, your finance go into that thing. Am I correct? Good. So I was going through that phase where I was using my pocket money, a lot of things to even run Kela. I remember hosting one of our conferences, I think our first or second conferences, with my pocket money, and I've not eaten. They never knew. And I was providing refreshment for that conference, right? But my stomach I was hungry. I had not even eaten breakfast. We talk of lunch, and the conference was supposed to end by around 4 thereabouts. So what do you think would drive me like that? It's passion. Is that true? Passion can make you blind, even when you are seeing something that you just want to go into that and get it done. So those two things I just highlighted are very important. I don't want to overflog it because our other speakers are already here. What are the two things? Vision and passion. Evaluate these things. Don't assume. Sometimes even your brain can deceive you. You think you are passionate, you think you have vision. Check very well. There's nothing that vision is hinged or anchored on. Thank you.
Vision.
Yeah.
Yes.
You said you think it's for the example, you
Yes.
take it and you provide for it.
Yes.
You think the part of
Target.
Because I was this goal, there was something I was driving, something driving passion for not just myself, not myself, right? That was why I wanted to go extra mile. I wasn't quite if I would have eaten or not. So we need to go.
Thank you so much, Dr. Favor. Mr. Oluwape, the question was answered. Thank you very much. Mr. Maxwell, I'm sure you got clarity. Thank you very much. So right about now, why? Oh yes, clapping. We've been clapping and waiting for you. Please, let's keep clapping. Thank you very much, ma. Okay. 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 IT, please put up her bio. Let's get her bio. She, okay. Thank you. All right, thank you very much. Ra, hold on. Shetu, right? Shetu. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the correction, ma'am. Is the Chief Operating Officer of Bain World Limited, a technology company registered in Nigeria and the UK. She leads a team of young people who are creating solutions and innovations in technology. Their achievements include developing the app and other digital that improve connectivity and productivity. Kubura is also the founder of Strategic Minds or Tech Training Group and International. They are both focused on helping young people and communities gain skill in climate resilience, building projects, management, analysis, and data-driven problem solving. She is passionate about innovation, and she works to connect technology, business, and human in ways that inspire and improve. So let's make welcome Mrs. Kubura. Thank you very much.
oh, this person, how did she achieve it, right? Okay, now I'll give you a brief explanation. It took me time to, it takes me time to write my bio because I have too many things on my brain. Once you give me a vision, I'm already dissecting and thinking of the next big move. So that's how I am. Now, I wanted to look at my bio so I can give them a brief explanation of where those companies are now and how it works. I get money from them. So people pay me to run this project, and I'm making money from Benwood. So in Benwood, I've been able to manage a lot of, as well as programmers who are developing the projects. And the project is still ongoing. We're still developing various management tools as well as productivity tools to enhance productivity in various areas, including AI. Now, for strategic bioprotects, these are a group of people who I train myself on tech skills. I do it for free. Strategic Bike is for free. Now, for Vermact, I opened Vermact in 2019, and I can tell you, I do government projects. This is where my money comes from. My money doesn't come from here. My money doesn't come from here. Here is just to keep my brain busy. And I'm learning from those above me. There are not many above me, but I'm learning from them. What am I learning from? Doing what? Consistency, patience, and new skills. Because the tech world is growing every minute. So I have to improve myself to meet up with the target. Then strategic mindful. With this, it helps me engage these people. Then with this one, for this one, it gives me the resources to run. It gives me the standard I want. It makes me meet people, top government officials, have meetings with them, talk to them, your senators, your honorable members, top agencies. As at last year, 2024, Vermact was able to hit about 260 million naira turnover. So, like I said yesterday, I have failed. I failed a lot. There was a time I saw myself as failures. But today I can boldly say that most of my mates think they are still my mates, but I'm not their mates. It's not because I have the resources from here, it's because of what is here and where I'm going. I've not reached where I'm going. But when they called me for the YCC conference, I was like, oof, Samuel, you're bringing me out. I want to hide. Anytime I come here to talk to people who tech, when I see them, I smile. I just tell them, oh, this is what you do, this is how you move. And you have to express yourself more. The ability to express yourself, even if you're saying nonsense, even what you're saying is wrong, what makes it right is your confidence. Like I said yesterday, I said, don't be scared to fail. In fact, I love to fail. As I'm talking to you, I think as of January, when I had my daughter in December, as of January, I had the mindset that I was failing here. There was no hope for this. And without this, I can't run this. And this runs my family. So I was like, oh, I'm failing. There's no hope for jobs. All the honorable members, senators that I'm expecting their jobs, and I'm getting stories. But I sat down and said, I'm failing. And I can't move because I'm still on my maternity leave. I gave birth late December, and I can't start moving in January, early January. 2 weeks in January is not possible, and the budget is already out. So you can imagine the pressure. But when I'm under pressure, when I'm scared, do you know what I do? I sit in the bathroom. I leave the water running on my head. I start strategizing. I start thinking. And in the process of thinking, I start praying. You don't need to be a Christian, a Muslim. Religion doesn't matter in this phase. But you know what you want. You know how you desire it to be. You know how you've drawn your plans. But the truth is, the way we draw it, it doesn't work like that. There must be a setback. And that setback is called failure. And that failure is called what? Experience. And that experience brings the increase, the growth, and what? Experience. So, if I've not done these things and I'm not doing them, I won't be able to express things to you. You want to talk in the area of media? I have trained over 30 to 50 boys even before I came into all these places on media. And most of them are doing, like 60% are doing very well, home and abroad. They might have gone into their various businesses, left what their skills, but they've grown. When they come like, Madam, they'll come and say, Madam, I say, where are you? I'm doing this, I'm doing this. There's another one that came to see me last week from Lagos. He came for something in Abuja and said he wants to see me. We're talking. I said, Madam, I can't forget you. I said, why? I said, because I've grown. These are married men with kids. Because when you are talking to me, I'll keep quiet. And when I'm quiet, I'm thinking of version 2 of what you're saying. I'm not thinking of what you're saying. I've heard your first sentence has given me already your plans. So I'm thinking of, if that's your plan fail, what's the second phase? What's the third one? What's the fourth one? Why? Because, like I said, plan A, B, C, D. Then from D, you have a path. A might not be what God wants for you. It might be what you want for yourself. B might be what will take you to the next phase. C might be what will give you a balance. D might be what you need to improve on to get growth, increase. Growth comes with resources. Without resources, you can't achieve anything. That's why I said, don't be scared to fail. And don't be scared to take that step. But if you remain where you are, cannot achieve it. But let people know you for something. What did they know you for? If I go around this place now and ask everyone, I don't know if I have the time today. I ask everyone, what do people know you for? What do you do? What do people know you for? What do people know you do? What do people know you do? You see that most of you will mumble it because you can't picture what you actually do. If you ask me now, what do you do? I'll say I'm a consultant. In what? In technology. Immediately I've taken your attention. So what else can you do? When it comes to consultancy, we can do a lot for you. We can solve all your problems in one goal. What do you mean in one goal? Putting your ideas into money. That's one. Using technology to bridge the gap between you, your subordinates, and everyone. So you can imagine I'm already talking. I say, oh, I have this project too. The next thing, that's when you want to tell me your project. Right? So that's why I said, if you sit there, you won't be able to achieve it. So for today, I'm going to do a little recap of what I said yesterday. I said failing forward means learning through actions. Then I will go to another word I said. Another word I'm going to use today. I said failing forward again is turning setback into stepping stones. That's what I'm going to work on today. I'm going to talk on. When you have a setback, it doesn't mean your emotions will not be worked up. Your emotions should be worked up. Why should your emotions be worked up? For you to be able to think, pray, and act. You know, they say we Africans will pray a lot. Yes. Why should we not pray? We don't have the government to back us up. In China, when you have an idea, the government will give you resources. In America, when you have an idea, you get people 1, 2, 3, 4, then they push your ideas into money, and you start making money. That's why we get scholarship from them, because they feel we have the idea, we have the manpower to do this work. So what makes you unique? What makes you different? It's your skills. And what makes your idea, your skills strong is the ability to improve on them. How do you get experience? You submit your CV. I will look at it and say you don't have any working experience. Now I no longer say that. I'll say, okay, what have you worked on? What's your personal life story that will make you consistent and humble you to the work? Humility gives you everything. Pride takes you down. You might think, I know it, I'm the best. No, I'm the best making tech. No, there's something deeper that I don't have. There's something unique about you that is not in. So what makes me unique? Or what makes you? What makes my idea? Or what makes yours? Not what down to me, myself, I do not. I said, we are a bit about the past. Yes, let me beg. Yes, oh God, so I said, everything I'm saying is part of what I said. The people who thrive are not those people who avoid failure. You see somebody, they'll say they went to APC, they went to PDP, they now went to Labour Party, they won. If they came up after APC and PDP, will they get Labour Party? No. You can see these people are trying everything. And funny thing is, when a lady comes to that is for marriage, they say it's prostitution. I smile when they say it's prostitution. Do you know why I smile? Because it's not easy to get money. Do you know what for what I'm saying? Sorry. Do you think she will have the mind to go and stand there and say she wants to live with one man and become successful? She can't. It's not easy. Or do you think a guy, it's easy for a guy to drop his pride, no matter how young a man is? His pride and ego must not be trampled on. But you, as a man, must tremble. You step on your own ego to feed your family. That is why you see bricklayers mothers carrying bricks on their head, carrying their pan to feed their home. Do you say, oh, I want to be rich so I can take care of my mom? Fraud, yes. Don't go and see how you is them some in the best day they do it, they catch them. It's true. I'm talking out of what I've seen. I'm from Edo State and I see these things a lot. I grew up in the street and I know what it means to be in the street. If you know Edo State very well, I grew up in Aba Market. No, I was selling rice and peas with my mother in the market. So I stay at Agbero. You know when Agbero, we tell you must pay for tickets today. And they drag you. And as small as I am, I'll tell them, no, my mom is not around. I've not sold anything. And the funny thing, when I finish selling in the shop with my mom will go home and prepare dinner for us. Carry the Bible outside the market in the night, outside there. We'll still go and sell. I started counting millions when I was a child. So that's why money doesn't move me. It's the passion, goals, vision. If you tell me your vision and I see that it's something that makes sense, I'll say, I like your vision though. How do we make it work? How do we bring it into reality? I'm not even thinking of the money. Because one thing I know, you see this money. I tell people, you see money, it's more cool. So now, I said, from today, we're going to look into some aspects of what you need to know when you see failure. Don't see it as a setback. One, don't see it as a setback. Take that failure as a feedback. And when you take it as a feedback, ask yourself some questions. Why did this thing happen? There was a day I was doing the training and I said, whenever you're doing something, you must give yourself these 5 questions. Why? When? What? How? And what? And then, what's the fifth one? Where? You must ask yourself those 5 things. What am I doing? Because before you even start that thing, ask yourself, what am I doing? That will give you the vision. Where can I do it? That's the next thing. Even doing business, anything you're doing, you must put these 5 questions into play. You know why you put them to, so that when you fail, you now take that as what feedback instead of taking it as a failure. Oh, I have failed. Auntie gave me 10 million naira. I have lost 10 million. 10 million is not your life. 10 million is just a stepping stone of phase 2. Do you know how much I've lost? I'll smile and pick up and say, okay, the day payment to pick up, I will get 100 million. So you can understand what that, because sometimes life gives us lemon, but we decide to do something with it. You can choose to use it as lemonade, or you choose to use that, mix it with your rice or your salad and eat it, which is plan B, C, and D. Then the next point I put there, I said, there's a tip I want people to keep. After each challenge, you must take a note. What's the note? Where did I fail? What caused this setback? You understand what caused this setback is the note. Because if you don't know what caused it, your plan B will not work. Except your plan B is totally different from plan A. Then you have to draw another strategy for plan B. Like me, all my plans are different. The plans for them are different. My plan for there's a new company I have now, K and LL. My plan for DK and LL is different. Do you know why my plans are different? They are all in the same line, but they are different circles. Yes, different visions, different missions. Remember, it's an engineering company. Actually, it's not a tech company. DP and LL is a management consultancy company. You can see different. What strategic mind for tech, which is going to be my NGO, it's my way of giving back to the society. I don't want to be out there because I do a lot of government things. So when I start going out there, maybe my team will be the ones going out there. Just that's name. Now, I said, take small steps. Don't rush it. Don't rush it. If you know you want to learn programming, have a mentor. Mentorship gives you room not to fail too much. Gives you the room to learn from the person you're looking above. I have my mentors in my business. In each of my business, I have my mentor. I have my mentor here. Who I said, whenever I call him, Chairman, you know you're my godfather in this business, so he will laugh. I have my mentor here, and I have my boss here, who is 75 years old and a programmer. So you can see why I said I don't look at money yet, but consistency. Do you know what it takes for an old man, 70-something years old, to be able to have a vision of a project all his life and still be working on it? Not in a hurry to say, I need money from them. It's also a consultant. Then for my company, I got the vision from where I worked to a corner. I met a man who started from nothing. Dr. Roland, I think is his name. I've seen this video somewhere. I said, Bryce talking about me. I'll say, yes. Why? Because while people go somewhere to work, they must see something in that person that they want to emulate. I saw something in him. One, vision driven. Two, the ability to negotiate. Three, in the midst of scarcity, the confidence of knowing I know what I'm working towards. It's there. He's a billionaire today, but he gave me the mindset to know that when you have the brain, the strength, and capacity to work, you will be successful. When I was leaving this company, the one word he told me, he said, Kubura, I said, sir, you are hardworking. I know you will be successful. I smiled. I said, thank you, sir. Because I know I learned. I learned everything that has to do with me only payment. Only low without nobody knows. People know what I'm doing. There's money or not. If I'm hungry, people will not know. Sometimes I'll be hungry. I heard what somebody was saying, so you're hungry, you went to buy food, land for people to be comfortable. I smiled. When you are hungry for sunset, you will use your last money to solve that problem instead of eating. My mother said, instead of what we're growing up, she said, my children, you see, the stomach doesn't say what you eat, so it's what you do that people will say, this person is successful. And it's what you do that will make people instead of you. I would have said it in my language. I won't say it in my language, but I've said it in English, so it's okay. It's what you achieve as a man, even as a woman, as a married woman. I confidently tell you that most of my husband's friends, the wives will say, this woman, she is rich. My dear, I'm not rich. I'm not rich. I walk around the clock. You know, I say someone walks around the clock. As at yesterday, I was working on a proposal for submission. Not even on my company, on the company I submitted for the job. My brain was doing back and forth, back and forth. As I'm finishing that one, I'm having another task in hand. So all of them gives me money. I can just sit there like someone will call me like, hey, please can you help me do this profile and this stuff? So okay, you give me 1 million. Now 1 million is so much. I'll say, okay, because I know you are my person, you can bring something for me, just put 500K. Then they'll bring 500K for only the profile, right? Then when they want to do, I can sit down here. My phone will be ringing. I think if somebody was trying to call me, I feel like the phone is not ring. I'm still on this call. Sorry. I don't allow my phone ring because I can somewhere my phone will ring. And when you don't pick, somebody will be telling you something that does not, it's not in line with what you want to discuss. They'll say, oh, can you do this thing for me? That thing I might say, oh, I don't have money this week. Next week, I can have like a project bring money. Maybe to execute that will be like 100K. All these ones are skills I learned. I have failed though. I said yesterday when someone told me, rubbish. What kind of military state? Then I was serving in government house, in governor's office. How dare you? Point. Please shred it. I really have because then in governor's office, let's say this is the door to my office, right? The other door is to the governor's office. The other door is to the chief of staff in government house. I came outside. I stood outside the veranda. I was crying. I can confidently tell you today that person called me and said, "Brother, send me some that did not send." Not because I know what to say. Not because I don't have. But I don't want them to know that I have. Yes, I don't have. Oh, if you come with me, I'll say I don't have money. I can only tell you what to make you help you make money and how you can make money with your skills. I don't have money to share. I only have ideas to share. So I just said, oh, no, say, I must hear that thing. Why? Because now I look at them. Those people that embarrassed me. They embarrassed me. I cried. People are laughing. Even after university, I told you I stayed at home for 7 years. In 7 years of pain. Say, Brian, 5 years. You finish university and I stayed at home for 7 years. My mate has passed me. When I was going for NI, they said one of my customers praying for me. I said, I'm seeing you in government. I said, which government? I won't just collect that certificate when I come out. If you're not going to go to them, I will prepare it. Let me come back and set up a media thing, going from school to school, let me be taking their pictures. That's my mindset. I'm seeing you in government. I don't want government now. Until let me tell you how I got to government house. They posted me to what are they calling it? That time during is it Ebola? Yes, Ebola. They posted me to Kochi. So they said we should camp in Jos. I said, no, I want to redeploy. I want to stay with my sister in Niger. So they refused, and I had asthma. God willing, maybe the asthma came so they can post me to where I'm supposed to go. You know, God has a way of setting you up. Do you know what they call set up? God will set you up, and it's just let him lead. Leave religion out of this one. I'm not religious, so I am not a religious person, but I believe in God so much. Good, because God will just set you up. That asthma came from nowhere. I can't remember the last time I had asthma. I had asthma last when I was in university. And it's that same asthma that gave me my result. I went to school to beg them. And the lecturer said, I remember. I said, no, I had asthma. He said, is that thing disturbing you? I said, yes, sir. That's why I've not come since. He said, yeah, come. Let me help you work your results try to come out. That's why I collected my results. The same asthma came again. Realizing, they said, where do you want to go? I said, Niger State, sir. They've already written the first posting to Kwara. Later, they did not change it, so they gave me the two. I said, give me Niger. I went to Niger.
I got to Nigeria. Let me tell you how I got to government house. Even though I have sisters that can actually talk to one or two persons, I got to the hall where I was sitting like this, and you know, then I was fine. Now, childbirth has changed some things. I was carrying this coily hair with my white shirt, my NYC uniform, came from Abuja. I just entered the hall. Everybody was looking at me. Oh, fair. And I sat down. The hall was dirty. They said, everybody leave before let them sweep. I said, okay. While they are sweeping, can I help and clean the table? The man has said, even if you help me, I'm not the first person. I said, no, I'm not the first. I just want to assist so that we can quickly finish up this thing. So when I was cleaning, everybody was outside. They were gisting, laughing. Okay, having fun. Me, I was cleaning table, cleaning chair that they will sit. And the man called me. I said, what do you want to say? I said, something. I want to serve in government house. I read public administration. I don't know anything about admin. I want to learn administration. He said, is that why you want to serve in government? I said, yes, sir. I said, are you sure? I said, yes, sir. He said, okay, you can go. And I went left. I went back. I came back. I went to see my sister. I said, hey, I'm going back to Abuja. She was not saying, I said, yes. She said, I've never said that. I said, no. I'll come back. When I come back, I'll do what I need to do. So when I came back a week later, because that's 1 week, they gave me my posting of my house. Everybody there, they took them to Mokwa, Chachanga. Some people got Chachanga by luck. Somebody took them to Kotungura. Some people to different places, but only me got government house. The three of us, the other people have power. Me, I don't. Not that I don't have power, I have power. Strong power in Niger State at that time. So it's not that I don't have the connection. So when the funny thing is, I knew people within the NYC in that Niger State, but I didn't want to say, oh, because I know these people, let me be policy big girl. No, I still have to serve so that I can be able to communicate with them and buy their stock cards. So when I go to government house, they said they will not take me because government house is full. I should go back there, they will post me. I said, okay, no problem. And I got my sister, I assist. They said government house is full, and you can't get it. I can't get it. She said, okay, hold on, just wait there. I said, okay, she called someone. And the person said, come. I went there. They said they want to interview me. I said, I could interview Kopa. What? That was to say. I've been doing media, being head of the media in church. So what I want to tell them, okay, let me just go. So I got there, and the man was like, my team leader was like, sit. I said, good afternoon, sir. I said, good afternoon, what's my name is Kubra. Can you speak Hausa? I said, no, I can't speak Hausa. So you have to learn Hausa. I said, no problem, sir, I'll learn. And I said, what can you do outside administration? I said, sir, outside administration, don't forget I have failed for 7 years. I said, outside administration, I can do media. I'm very good with the camera. I can transmit. I can do this. I can do that. And I said, okay, it's fine. Tell them to post you to this office in government house. He gave me details. So I took it to NYC again. I said, the government house is full, but you should post me to this office. They told me, we'll not pay your assistant, no problem. I just want to learn and learn. I don't know anything about administration. We go to school, we just read books. It doesn't give us job. It doesn't set us to the standard we want for ourselves. As a woman, as a man, I tell people, set a standard for your life. Those standards you are setting is what the standard you're setting is what will give you that setback, results, and failure. Those setbacks that you are seeing that you're calling failure, if you don't set that standard for yourself, even as a woman you want to marry, as a man you want to marry, you must set a particular standard and work yourself for that standard so that the woman you want to marry will be within that circle. So That's how I got government out. And when I was leaving, people were hustling for ushering job. I did not hustle for ushering job. I was able to do video again and got money. So when I was coming back home, I came back with plenty money. Outside, that what gave me that money again? My skills. There is no skills learned that is lost. So now, here are some practical ways to ensure progress, to ensure measure progress after failure. Like I said, compare lessons learned. 2, track adjustments, actions, track it. 3, get emotional resilience. When I mean emotional resilience, it means you you don't know, you have failed, though. You don't know plan B, but you want to try again. Then 3, look in that failure, look for what worked. I called it incremental wins. Look for what worked while I was doing this thing. Is there something I've done within this process that actually worked? Then align all these things with your long-term goal. Align it with your long-term goals. You must. Like, I've said it before, set a standard for yourself. It's the same thing with long-term goals. I have a long-term goal. I want to be a businesswoman. And I say I want to wear bedroom slippers. I'm walking on the road. Nobody knows my account balance. It's just me, myself, and my God. I'm telling you the truth. If I want to buy hair, I can buy hair. If I want to wear the best wig, I can wear it. If I want to wear designers, even though most of the things I wear can be designers, but I don't care. If I want to wear gold, I can wear gold. I don't even want people to know if I'm wearing gold or I'm wearing normal costumes. Just a standard I want. And I want to be able to give back to the society what I've learned. Some people say, oh, how do you get job? How do you get this thing? Woman? My friend, I don't make my friend cannot my mate. My friend cannot be my friend. Except we are on the same line of business. The ones that are my friends, we just discuss husband, wife, and children. I'm telling you the truth. Oh, I just son. Yes, so my son did it. Yes, that's what we saw. Then when he goes from there, I'm traveling for this. I want to really do this and come back. Like, oh, can you help me? So I'm not sure when I'm going, I'll let you know so that person can join me. People that actually do things, the most of them are not my mates. People I learned from are not my mates. Because my mates will start big competition with me. They will start measuring my failures instead of most of them, not all, most of them will start counting my failures and my weaknesses instead of helping me with this, helping me build my strength. So I would advise, in the midst of nothing said, so you can have helpers. If you don't sell, your helper will not come. And put in your mind that the person you are serving might not be your helper. The person you are looking up to help you might not be the person to help you. I've seen that a lot. I can say, oh, Mayaku is going to help me tomorrow. Let me call me up with the help me. Mayaku has its challenges. And don't feel bad. Don't ever feel bad when there is no results. And when the person you look up to fails you, put God first. In the Bible, they say the author and finisher of faith. Put God first. to bring the helper you need. Take a bold step. Don't relax. Be eager for success because it's what you look for, you will get. What you don't look for will not come to you. And let people know you for what you do. Then the others can come into play when they know you on that scale. Thank you very much. I have questions.
Yeah, that was really powerful. So going to take questions very quickly. So I learned a lot. I learned so much. But because of time, let's take questions. How many people? Okay, 1, 2. Okay, so
Yeah.
just 2 questions. Okay, I think you take
The next 3.
So, Asha, right? Just take the 1 minute. Let me get to that as she comes forward.
Thank you, Mrs. Kuala, for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you, sir.
And your lecture is actually what you like us need.
Yes.
My question is from your biography. Yes, that's one of the things back there. I saw where you were talking about skills in climate resilience. So I would want to know more about what you do in climate resilience. If there is anything you've done, or any knowledge and ideas you want to share with us.
Okay, I have a mic here, don't worry. Okay, in regards to climate resilience, I did a project last year on climate change. On climate, I did the project funded by the Tinubu government. So how much is that project? About 100 million. That project was 100 million for ecosystem actually. And during that project, I did a manual for them. And that manual was using environmental challenges to build your capacity and using social media tools as an enabler to bring out your problems out there by creating various channels to express your views, knowledge gain, and experience to the global world on what you have experienced within your environment. Like in the north, they have various climate and environmental hazard issues. So in south and southeast. So each places they have their own challenge. If you want to work on something like that, I know that's where you are going. Good. You look into your environment, ask questions, do a questionnaire. Share Fulani herdsmen issues. How do you tackle it? Your farm products, how has the agricultural growth been in the last 5 years? Anytime you're doing your questionnaire, always reference back last 5 years and now. Do you know why? Then put something that is very important, gender. Do you know why you're putting gender? You have to balance it. Information from women, how has the mothers been able to handle it? Then how has the farming environment been? Looking at insecurity again, all these climate issues. Then maybe if you have a YouTube channel, that is what you talk about in your channel. People you know, people will start knowing you. Then you promote your page with 10,000, 5,000. You'll be out there. You start making money. So that was what I actually did last year on climate resilience.
Thank you so much. I'm going to answer there. So
answer you.
We have to take your questions directly. So I'm just going to sometimes. So what's that?
Thank you very much. I really think you lot. So what I want to ask, like, just curious, how you transition from like the business and public admin into tech? Like how high school sciences and graphic designer. And I was trying to like learn data analysis and part of the training I took had also like coding and it was very, very confusing. Although I couldn't just complete the module, so I have like basic knowledge and but it was also frustrating at some point. So I'm going to know how like deal with it. What I had that skill to like transition to that and I try to test that I could take as well.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's have a list of that. We'll take any next ones. Thank you.
That's all.
Thank you very much. My question from the back what I see, they have all of that. Personally, for me, my long-term goal is to go to research and development. And currently, I work as a cybersecurity professional. Solutions that fit in the African landscape. For you, as talking about
Okay, I'll start from this question, then I'll get to your own. Now, when building a tool, I learned from our managing director that you don't limit yourself to a particular location. If you look at Facebook, when he was building Facebook, he did not say for Americans. He had divisions for his classmates, right? Then one of the classmates saw that this thing can go beyond this place, so then they moved to phase 2. When you are building a vision, you first of all look at yourself. This tool I'm building, what am I solving? If you say it's for Africa, Africans have not fully accepted some things. You have to look beyond Africa. So China can come and buy your tool. If you want Chinese to buy it. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. You have to look beyond Africa. Sit down. Like when I got to Baywatch, I was coming from engineering. I'm answering your question now. I was coming from admin. In public administration, they told us that as an administrator, you can work anywhere because administration is needed everywhere. And if I want to do my project in my doctorate, that's what I want to work on. I'm going to work on administration and technology. Why? Because without admin, no programming tool, neither any administrative tool can work, even in the hospital. You will see they'll be coding, they'll say admin login. What is admin login? Is it not to say admin that will be the center point of sharing responsibilities for everybody? That is project management. So, you know, when I came in, I've answered your question already partially. You can't limit your tool. Yeah, I'll give a body of
for me, security, and I'm of intelligence that security operations. Now, when we talk about all of these other tools, they are built from their own perspective. We do not speak to our own cybersecurity ecosystem in this part of the world. Motivation for me. It's something that people
that's what I'm telling you. Let me tell you for one secret. Sure, you know how money you want to make. If you want to make money and you limit your project to Africa, they will not buy you quickly. Nigeria, except your father is a politician, he will take it to his political friends and say, my son wants to build it. He feels he can solve this problem. So, let's invest in him. First of all, you look look at that your project, you want to solve Africa's insecurity issues, right? In regards to monetary, I'm telling you your project, part of it. I don't know if I'm in it. In part of blocking the gap between fraudsters and people stealing money from someone's account, right? As you are thinking it, they are thinking it too. And these tools you want to use to develop this project is from them abroad. So you don't have to limit it to only we here. Oh, have an open mind. Have an open mind. Okay, let me help FBI solve this problem. In the midst of solving FBI's problem of tracking people who are into 419 and all that, I'm solving Nigerians old people that will tell you Tinubu is paying 5,000 naira into everybody's account. You understand? In the midst of making it global, I'm just trying to give you a scenario. In the midst of making it global, you are getting research from international ways they've solved that problem and bringing it into our local ecosystem and using it to solve your problem. At that time, you have solved global issues. Those children that went to talk about medical pharmacy online and they won the award, those are Anambra girls. Do you think they thought about only Anambra State? No, they thought about, okay, in America, you can actually buy drugs. Go to a pharmacy to buy drugs. But you can buy drugs online and they will come and deliver it in your house. So those are the things you look into. Go into different countries. Look at how they've solved their security issues. When it comes to monetary transfer, then bring it into your build. Take most of those tools to solve your problems. You see that you succeed faster and better. Then when you are not talking about it, you cannot make references. References is what will give you solution and money. I've answered you. Now, for your question, how I moved from admin, yes. Administration, like I said, you can work anywhere. Without admin, you cannot solve plenty problems. So even government officials, they go abroad and do administration in politics, administration in this thing. Then they go abroad and pay thousands of dollars to learn public speaking. So what I did is this. When I got into engineering, I had to start learning engineering skills now, knowing their engineering language. Learning the skills is not about doing their work. It's about knowing their languages. So that's how I learned it. Then the second one, when I got to tech, my dear, I started reading. I started doing research, reading, programming language, programming tools. When they give me a programming, when they give me their code, I'll look at it and say, okay, this is. When they show me the tool, I'll say, okay, this tool, can't you adjust this interface to work like this? I think it should work because you are a programmer, sees a problem faster than somebody that is coding. You can see this guy, what's the Apple guy. Is he the one designing it? He's just using his vision, his mindset to design what they want people to see. So that's how I actually did. I did a lot of research, studied, and got the experience.
That's what I said. Wrap up the next session. We're going to be having over what to actually have done a meeting. Yeah. Please put that together. Not just let our speaker go. Please put your hands together. You are doing it. Because of speakers like this. But from the first time I heard her speak, I told myself that these people came prepared. Honestly, we are inspired by your stories. Everything you said was an inspiration. A lot of people that are not here, they're connected online. They give us feedback. We can tell that you're really the motivation. So we're presenting on behalf of the Global Advisory Board and the Global
administrative desk of GELA. GELA is an international organization. We are presenting award of recognition presented to Ubura Schedule. Ubura Schedule is actually spelled correctly. My pronunciation, Ubura Schedule, for being a keynote speaker at YCC 9.0 on your relentless commitment to youth empowerment in Nigeria. Empowerment goes beyond this conference. You agree with me, even Nigeria at large. Signed on this day.
But unfortunately, I'm not a doctor, but I'm happy where I am. Thank you so much. I'm willing to do this over and over and over and over and over. I love public speaking and I love inspiring people. So if you have anything, anytime, you can call me or just send me a WhatsApp message. I'm out there for you. Thank you so much.
So much. We'll keep engaging you with. We have a board. We have an international mentorship board where we have mentors. Some of them are military, some are PhD holders, people in different sectors across the globe. So we look for mentors like you to mentor people. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We are very blessed to have a speaker. So I know we're pressed for time, but I want to ask a random question. We're going to be switching over to the online class because we have the speaker already waiting for us to connect. All right, but who just want to tell me one thing they learned from this session? One thing, just echo the word, one word that stood out for you. Who? Consistency. Emotional resilience. Correct. Any other one? I want to hear from the guy. Growth. For me, it was only in love with failure. Honestly, because some people want to be failure, run away from me. But you need it actually. All right. So let's dance together for her one more time, please. That was really amazing. Media, are we ready to switch online now? Okay, so we have the bio so that we can just quickly run through. Hi. Hello, our online audience. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
For the leader speaker, Benedicta Chikwiem Apoma is a Nigerian trained pharmacist, global health expert, and passionate advocate for the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Benedicta is the founder and executive director of the Girls for Development Goals Foundation in Nigeria, leading grassroots initiatives in community health, menstrual health education, and youth empowerment across the country. Currently works in Austria at MCI Entrepreneurial School, the project assistant with the European University Alliance, supporting international collaboration and education. Sustainable development and youth empowerment, building a legacy of impact, both. Gentlemen, please put your hands together as I make welcome Benedicta. Over to you. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon from here. How are you all doing? I can barely hear you, so it's okay, and I don't see anyone, so just myself. I would like to share my screen. In the meantime, I just want to say thank you to the YCC team, the Gala team. Thank you for having me always. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. I've been tuned on for about an hour plus now. Okay, yes, now I see you all. I've been tuned on for over an hour now, and I can tell that what you are getting today is quality. I didn't join the first 2 days, so I don't know how it was, but I don't want you to be discouraged in any way by the turnout today or anything, because what you are getting is quality, and that is what matters. That is what matters, and also what you do with the information that all the information that you are getting today. So let me dive right into it. Today, I will be sharing with you on. Can you hear me? Can everyone hear me well?
Yes, ma, we can hear you.
Okay. So today, I will be sharing with you on the topic building an international career. And I have 3 points to anchor this topic on. And here are the 3 points. It's documenting the days of little beginnings, assessing fully funded opportunities, and leveraging the power of networks, which are growth catalysts for you. Um, why do we care about building international careers? So just to let you know, in case I'm unable to complete my presentation now because of the time frame given to me, don't panic, don't worry. We will take the questions and answer sessions in the evening session. So if you're here, please do well to tune in online for the evening session, because that's where I'll be taking all the questions and answers. But why are we talking about building international careers? For one, you are Nigerian and you are, do you know the population of Nigeria at the moment? You may not know exactly, but you have an estimate of what the population of Nigeria is. We're talking well over 200 million people. So maybe we're looking at possibly 250 million or 230 million people. And most of this population are under 25. What does that tell you? That there is a stiff competition for the already limited resources that we have. So you need to expand beyond the local limitations that you have. You want to become globally competitive. You want to be relevant, whether in Nigeria or outside of Nigeria. Why is it important for us to talk about international careers? It is because we need to create pathways for women. I hope the young men in the room do not feel that I'm biased in any way. But it is important because there are so many challenges that women face, okay? And building a career, for instance, once a woman is married or thinking marriage and kids, that's naturally already puts some form of challenge to her advancing or moving her career. Why do international careers matter? Why? Network, you having a network can become the currency. I listened to Miss Kubura, I hope I got her name correctly, when she spoke about meeting destiny helpers. I'm Christian and I know that's the language we need, but let me try to be a little more use the professional word, but she's absolutely correct. It's networks. Networks, your network can become your currency. There are places that I've assessed, there are things, opportunities that I've assessed that money couldn't buy it. It was the relationship, the network I had built that walked me into those rooms or that opened those doors for me. And lastly, because I see the profile of Miss Kubura also, she has something to do with the UK, and I'm also speaking from outside of Nigeria. So you don't think that we're prepping all of you to Jaguar. That's not the point. The point is that it is important that we make contributions to our home country. I mean, for one, I've already jackpot, so why should I bother about talking to you? This is what we're talking about. We need to be able to make contributions back home. So beyond just having the conversations around brain drain, how about we work towards brain gain? That's the essence of all these conversations that we are having today. And I'm excited that beyond the short time that I have to share with you today, I have written a book and it's titled Biking Through Africa and Beyond. This is a nonfiction, and by nonfiction, I mean it is my story. Not just a story that will bore you, but stories where you will get practical steps, practical information that you can put to work right now and watch it progress. And even though I am not in the room with you, I'm excited to tell you that my books are in the room. And the fact that you are in this conference, instead of getting it for a very subsidized rate of 7,000 naira, you are getting it further subsidized at 5,000 naira. So please reach out at the end of the session to get your copy. So let me dive right into it. And the first steps for which we're having this conversation, like I told you earlier on, is documentation of the days of little beginnings. So if you look closely, I will attempt to zoom my screen. Do you see my screen well enough? This is 2025, correct? But if you look closely at the first picture there, you see the date, right? May 17th, 2017. Between then and now, it's how many years? Over 8 years, right? But I still have this. Documenting the days of little beginnings. This project, this 2017 picture that you see was the first ever project I ever did. And what was the project about? This photo was taken in my home church in Obiaruku, Delta State. I had organized a campaign against teenage pregnancy and spoke with almost all the schools, the school heads in Obiaruku to release their students this is only a part of the whole. The other part of the whole, there's also more people there. To release their students so we could have conversations around teenage pregnancy, to have conversations around sex education. You know, the kind of questions that young people are too ashamed to have with their teachers or their parents, so that we could have these conversations, and talk about it. And if I did not keep not only the photo, but if this blog, because if you Google it right now, you will still find it. If I did not do this, how do I prove that I actually did it? If I don't have a blog that spoke about this work and you don't see my picture right there, in fact, you can see that the blog is still in my maiden name. How would you know that I did it? How do I prove that I did it? And also on the other side, you see there's another one there. This was in 2020, 2021. That is 4 years ago or so. It is important to document your days of little beginnings. It is very important. We're in the era that nobody will blow your trumpet for you. If you don't talk about it, nobody will know that you did it. And there goes several others. I'm going to give an example of how documenting your days of little beginnings and just building blocks, how that helps. You see the LinkedIn photo, the one that that speaks about the UNFPA and the DSW, that post right there. This happened in June, as you can see, it was 3 months ago, June 2025. I got recommended to be on a UNFPA panel in Germany, Berlin, by people that only knew my story of, I mean, these people are working with one campaign. It's important you get my book so you get the full story. There's not much time to talk about everything, but I'm sure you're going to get real value from it. And they needed a young person with a different perspective, possibly with African roots, to come share their experience on. It was the launch of the UNFPA State of the World Population Report in Berlin, Germany. And guess what? I just saw that some people were looking at my LinkedIn profile. I was just saying, who are these people? I looked at their profile, sent a connection request, and just waited it out until I got a message that we would like you to be on this panel. They were panicking. They were afraid to ask me because they thought it's only 2 weeks to the program. Would you have the time to come? That's how I ended up being the. If you look at the screen behind, you will see that I'm the only African and the youngest person on that panel. If you do not document your days of little beginnings, nobody will know what you can do. Nobody will know the capacity you've built over time. Some of these things I've done in the past, not all of them may have been perfect. They might have been, oh, I tried. I didn't know that this should be this. I didn't know that that should be that. But at least I have a track record. The same thing with this post, which also happened 3 months ago, the Austrian World Summit. I was also recommended from one of the scholarship organizations that I benefited from, the former UN Secretary General's organization, the Ban Ki-moon Center. If you do not document your days of little beginnings, nobody will know what you can do. This also is a side event at the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, UNODC. It was a side event at the, what is it called? CND, Committee on Narcotic Drugs. So they have it every year. And it seems small, right? It was just a side event that I moderated. But thankfully, this one, I didn't need to struggle to say, oh, can I look for a blog to put this, to document it, or can I just make a simple post on my social media? They made the post by themselves. And if you look at the UNODC report for that year, when you scroll down to the side events, you find my name, my picture, my contributions, everything during that uh, application. Let me give you a practical example why, beyond all these things I said, why documenting your days of little beginning is important. These supposedly small opportunities, I'm glad that the team for this program talks about building blocks. It's like you're laying a foundation. You set one block today, another block tomorrow, 3 blocks. Before you know, you have a full building, a bungalow, a duplex, 20-room duplex, whatever it is you want, skyscraper. When I applied, so I'm in Austria and I moved here because I got a scholarship to study for my master's in international health and social management. You heard when my bio was being read. I'm a Nigerian trained pharmacist. I went to Delta State University, Abuja. But because of these things that I was doing, I thought, oh, I would like to have a master's degree. I overheard Dr. Favor talking about vision. It's not enough to have a vision and not, of course, there are points where you are not clear, you're not sure what to do. That's very understandable. That's okay. But you need to work towards it. You need to work it out. Reading is not, you read and you apply. When you begin to make the steps, then you can know, oh, this should not be the right one. Oh, I thought this was good. Maybe I should build this. And I thought, oh, having a master's degree would help me in this new career path that I would like this new path I would like to tread. And I started applying for scholarships because, of course, I couldn't afford the expensive schools and all. And then I applied. I got shortlisted for a number of them. Eventually, I got down to 3, and then eventually to the Austrian one. But during the interview, I had written all these wonderful things I had done. I don't see you guys anymore. Can you please turn on I like to be sure that I'm being followed. Thank you. I had written all those wonderful things that I had done before. But then they thought, oh, this thing sounds, really ambitious. You did this one, you did that one, you did that one. Can you get a letter from all these organizations, something to prove that you actually did these things. Guess what? I said, it's ridiculous. I was already telling my husband, like, I'm going to leave these people. What do you mean? Do you know how many organizations I've volunteered with? How the heck do I go back to all of them and ask them to write letters to me, or letters or something to prove that I actually worked with them? So I told them, I'm sorry, I don't have these letters, and it's almost impossible because some of the organizations have not been in touch with them since we last did project, maybe 5 years. How do I just walk into the office and ask for this? But I said, I have links to posts and blogs that speak to this work. Can I share this? Will these be sufficient? Guess what? A school in Europe, because you know how we say, oh, these people, they are like this. A school in Europe accepted links to social media, links to blogs like this. And that's how I landed that scholarship. What? 20,000 euros. Do the maths. And much more. If you do not document your days of little beginnings, because it's easy to say, oh, I went for this conference, because beyond just saying I went for a conference or I did the project, I knew the relevance of my role in the project, however small. Some of the works that I started with that built up my profile for what it is today. A number of people reach out to me on LinkedIn and say, wow, Benedicta, your profile is so great. I bet international organizations can't wait to have you, or this and that. I know I'm going somewhere. I'm not there yet, but I'm getting there. And everyone is going to say, wow, this is so beautiful. How were you able to do this? How were you able to do that? I was documenting. I was documenting my journey. I didn't wait for someone else to tell my stories. I was learning to tell the stories by myself. So, like I said, beyond just saying, oh, I attended the YCC conference, or let's take, for instance, Dr. Favor, who organized this. You heard him say this is the ninth year. Dr. Favor, who has been doing these things. So it goes beyond just saying, I organized a conference where 50 people, young people came, this is this, that, that's all. No. How do you know the value of what he did? I equipped 50 young people with so and so skills and this and that, contributing to the, for instance, the demographic dividend of Africa or of Nigeria. Do you understand? Another personal example, I was an ad hoc staff for a certain project in yes, in Delta States. I did it in Asaba, Warri. So apparently they will send me, it's an international organization. And it was more like a 1 week job. But I knew the value of what I was doing in the grand scheme of things. And that's how I told my story. They would say donor organizations like the Global Fund and others donated anti-malarial medications, diagnostic test kits, and all those things to hospitals and facilities. What is my work? Benedicta, this is what we gave them. Go to the facilities and check whether what we gave them tallies with their service data. By service data, what do I mean? The people in the hospital, because they have documentation, we gave patients this, one anti-malaria today, or we gave this patient, we use this diagnostic test kit for this week. It's just to compare. If anyone is missing, they should explain, was it destroyed or did they transfer it to another facility that needed it? It sounds simple, right? The difference between you and I is that you will say, oh, see what I did, or oh, they paid me this amount. Yes, I did this. But me, I knew that beyond, even though it seemed like what I did seemed simple, but I knew the value. I was tracking and comparing service data and logistics data. What would that do? That will help the donors to know how much to donate the next time. That will affect the last mile delivery. And do you know what? A few years later, I attended the Geneva Health Forum as a student from my university. And then on getting there, my university took us to the Global Fund office. and the Gavis, the Global Health Campus in Geneva. And when they were talking about, oh, we do this project in Africa, I raised my hand. I said, yes, I am one of those that worked on your project. I ensured that this did that and this did. Do you understand that the way they look at you will change? Not just because you know your worth. You did not just do activity to get free 50K or free 30K for 2 days job or 5 days job. But I understood the value of what I did. Learn to document your days of small beginnings properly. So these are like snippets from my book. Anything is possible when you dare to take a step. That's one of the forwards written for my book. And from all what I've told you today, you can agree with me, right? Can you agree with me that anything is possible if you dare to take a step? And from everything I've said so far, you already know, you can already tell that you do not need to be among the top 1% of the economic elite. My father is not a $10. He's not a $10. But you don't need that to live a life that matters. You just need to start from where you are. You need the courage to dream, to act, and to trust. You know, I always refer to this program. A few years ago, I was invited to speak at a women tech program by Uniben students, and it was an International Women's Day event, and the topic was on, I think, the power of dreams or so. What I spoke on was on the power of dreams, and what I found out in the course of that, preparing for that presentation, blew my mind, and I still refer to it today. And I don't know the research, but it stated that your mind does not know the difference between what it thought about and what actually happened. Do you understand it? If I think in my head that for instance, I want to build a multi-dollar business, an example, and I keep thinking about it, and I keep thinking about it, and I keep thinking about it, your mind does not know that it has not happened yet. Your mind thinks that it has already happened. So why not take advantage of that? Because if you're going to build a multi-dollar business and you keep thinking about it, something will tell you somewhere, maybe you need an MBA. It's an example. It doesn't mean you really need an MBA to build a multi-dollar business. Maybe you need an MBA. Maybe you need to take this course. Maybe you need to start this business. Maybe you tweak it like this. Maybe you need digital skills. Maybe you need to start. You need to get customers. You need to get customer service management course or something. Your mind doesn't know the difference between what it thought about and what actually happened. So why not pick up the courage to dream? So there. Now I'm going to move to the topic of accessing international opportunities, especially fully funded opportunities. Um, so first of all, these are Scholar Waka is owned by my friend Lucy, and it's interesting because this is what I'm talking about when I talk about dream. Moving from being the one seeking opportunities to the one now creating a platform for others to access opportunities. And I can say the same for Dr. Favor's mentor, Dr. Grace. Moving from the person who's looking for opportunities to the one who's creating a platform for other people to seek opportunities. So these are trusted sites that I know that you can get quality information and scholarships. Some of these platforms, I used to sleep on them, even though now I'm not looking for exactly the kind of opportunities there, but I still stay there so that I can be able to share with the young people. I'm still in some of the group pages of these WhatsApp channels. If I find something I cannot access, oh, I know one young person, I will share. Or I know 3 young people that may need this opportunity and I will share. Before I go on to the principle of low-hanging fruits, as you can see in the picture, which is what I apply, and I'm going to share my secret with you today. First of all, you need to know when to apply. There are deadlines, there are opportunities that you say, oh, I'll apply later. You need to note the deadline before you say I'll apply later. Because by the time you come back to remember your later, the deadline would have passed and there's nothing you can do. You also need to know how to stand out when preparing for especially fully funded opportunities. Now, to the principle of low-hanging fruits, which is what I use. I want to give an example. The Chevenings, do you know who knows the Chevening scholarship here? Nobody in the room knows Chevening scholarships. Do you know the Commonwealth Shared Scholarship?
Yes, we do, ma. I do.
Does anyone know about the Mandela Washington Fellowship?
I'm aware of that too, ma.
Okay. Thank you, Joseph, for speaking up. Does anyone know the Ban Ki-moon MCI scholarship?
I've heard of that at the time.
Who's speaking? What's your name, please?
Innocent.
Okay. You've heard about that. Okay. So, but you see what I'm talking about? I am a beneficiary of the Ban Ki-moon scholarship. So I had to sit down and think and advise myself. After applying for Chevening scholarship, Commonwealth, I was like, okay, rejection. And you know how heartbreaking it is? Because you feel, oh, I've put together the perfect application. Oh, I know I'm good enough. I'm a pharmacist. I have some work experience and volunteering experience in this. And then they take there is always someone else who probably has more experience or something more than you. And I thought, why keep breaking my heart every year like this and just keep waiting and stalling or stopping my dream because of this? So I began to think, what scholarships are out there that are not as popular as the Chevening Scholarship or as the Commonwealth or the Commonwealth Shared Scholarship or the Mandela Washington Fellowship, the programs? Which of these programs are out there that are great? They may not be fully funded, but that I can find a way to fund and take advantage of. That's how I started. That's the principle of low-hanging fruit. So if you look at the picture I put on my slide, you see that some fruits are far higher up, while others on the ground. Take the ones on the ground and be building your track record. That's what I did. That's what I'm doing. Take the ones on the ground. Keep building the track record. By the time you pluck one, your leverage has moved up. You take the next one, you have moved up again. And the next one, you already have a track record of having 3 fruits. If you read my book, you will see practical examples that I put right there. And some of these opportunities that I used to build my CV, in fact, most of them were not fully funded. Some were either partially funded or self-funded. And I also had to build skills to know how to navigate. Some of these opportunities were supposed to be self-funded, but I found a way to make it partially funded. Negotiation skills. I won't spill too much. Read my book and you will find full details. Negotiation skills. I found my way into conferences that they said the fee is maybe $30 or something. But I went to those conferences without paying anything. I just found a way to book my flight and do my visa and landed there. And still did well there. And built up my CVs. You need to keep building. Utilize the low-hanging fruit principle and keep building. Now, to leveraging the power of networks. I cannot overemphasize this. I can't possibly overemphasize this. In fact, the fact that I'm one of the speakers also in this conference is one of those. How did Dr. Favor and I meet? Dr. Favor, I don't think have we met one-on-one before? No. But we've been in touch for how many years now? 4 or 5 years, I guess. So let me, while Dr. Favor is trying to figure that out, let me go back. You see this, you see my slide. Okay, yes, Dr. Favor, please. Oh, I can't hear you, the internet. No, I can't hear anything. I see 5 years. Okay, 5 years. And we haven't met. Yes. And we haven't met in person before, but we've been collaborating and doing things together in 5 years. I went back to this slide that you now see because the person who wrote the forward, who knows DDK here? Who knows DDK? Okay, I see your hand. She wrote that forward for me. I have never met her in person, but we have been in touch for over 7 years now. So when I talk about the power of networks, I mentioned that I got a scholarship, right, to study in Austria. But what you didn't know is that when I first came, that scholarship was in the end, I had to study with two scholarships. If you don't know, most parts of Europe, master's degrees are for 2 years. So the first year of my study program, this former UN Secretary General scholarship that I got covered only about 66% of my tuition. So it meant that the remaining 34%, I had to cover it. And how was I able to finance that? Network. So when we say network is currency, for those of you who think, oh, you just talk to people, you treat people anyhow, you don't know what you're doing. Someone single-handedly paid off this 34% single-handedly. If I call the amounts, you'll be counting zeros in Naira. I won't specify the zeros so that you're counting zeros in Naira. And it's not borrowing, it's not paying back. Network. You need to learn to build networks. Of course, you cannot be close to everybody, or you cannot, but you need to learn. You are attending, I'm talking to you because you are attending conferences. So that means you have some sense to know that, oh, there's something I need to learn. I need to meet people. So this conference I go for, it's not because, a number of the times, what I would really learn from the conference might just be 10% or 15%. The rest, I'm going to meet people. I'm going because people who attend those kind of conferences are people that are also going where I'm going or already in the place where I'm going to. I need to learn to connect with them. I need to know okay, there's something I need to know or there's something I need to do to get to that place. Network. How many of you are on LinkedIn here? I see, okay. You're hesitating, so maybe your profile is not up to date. If I look at your LinkedIn profile, will I know what you do? Or will I know where you want to go? Okay, my sister in front, I see you nodding. So I will know. What about your Facebook? If I open your Facebook, from your first picture I see to your bio, will I know where you are going or will I know who you are, first of all, before where you are going? Some of you may have really great intentions, but you don't know how to optimize your social media platforms. I didn't know this until someone pointed this out to me years ago. That it's great, you have a great profile, you're going somewhere, but you don't know that people are tagging you to unnecessary photos. You know how my gender can post in pictures? Just bend your leg this way, slick wings here and there. But you don't know that because you are tagged to that post, that it's like the first impression people get about you when they look at your profile. Have you not applied for jobs in organizations and 3 weeks later, you are seeing that someone from that organization is viewing your profile on LinkedIn? Hey, you need to take it seriously. You need to be very conscious of your digital footprint. It's not everything you comment on these days. It's not everything you like. I'm also talking to myself because I may not comment, but I may like. It's not everything you like. We've heard stories of people who lost their jobs, right, because of posts that they made on social media, right? You've not heard? It's important that you take advantage of the network you have. I mentioned how I was recommended by people to be on the panel. People that actually recommended me, I don't know them. In fact, after the program, I had to go to the office to say, there was somebody from this office. I volunteered with their Nigerian branch years ago. But somebody from there that was not even there when I volunteered recommended me for an opportunity. I went to the office to go and say thank you. So beyond writing emails and saying, oh, thank you so much for recommending me. Because in fact, they were, like I said, they were afraid to reach us because they thought, oh, the program is only 2 weeks. We should have time to come. Of course, I will have time. You need to recognize opportunities and know where to jump in. So please take your building networks seriously. Take your social media platforms seriously. Take your networks seriously. It's not everybody that should be a competition. There is a place for collaboration. And competition can also be healthy. I really admire what Dr. Favor is doing. Great. I may not be doing exactly the same thing, but the sky is large enough to accommodate all of us. So don't just network, nurture. We may not chat every other day. We don't chat every day. But when we need to do something together and we have the time, we go ahead. Give value before asking. I mean, if the content of this is not my first time speaking in Dr. Favor's programs. If the first time that he gave me the opportunity I messed it up, he wouldn't invite me again. Or I wouldn't even have the nerve to say, I just wrote a book that I think will be great for young people. Can I have the opportunity to showcase these books at your conference? I probably will not have the leverage to do that. Give value before asking and follow up consistently. This is where my husband, my manager, and my manager comes in. Because even I who's preaching it now, sometimes I need to be reminded. And shout out to my husband. He's on this call right now, even though his camera is turned off because he's at work. He's the one who says, oh, you met this person. Since you left that place, you had a great conversation. Have you followed up? Or you had a meeting? When is the next time you're supposed to follow up for this? And I'm looking at him. When was the last time you wrote an email? Don't wait till when you want to ask for something. There's a celebrity that I have a contact since 8 years. She has not blocked me. I don't want to mention her name. She has not blocked me yet. Because I will not go and be sending unnecessary messages to her or asking her for money or anything. In fact, there was one day she allowed me speak with her on the phone and she was so 8 years ago, like I said, I do campaigns, for young women against teenage pregnancy. And there's this movie, I'll just mention it. If you know it, you know it. I will not mention the name. This producer made a movie that spoke to the topic of teenage pregnancy, particularly VVF, vesical vaginal fistula, which is a disease that young people can develop from having teenage moms or pregnant teens can develop from having labor obstructions or delayed labors and all those things. And I thought, oh, this is a great movie. I can use it for my advocacy. So instead of just gathering young people and talking 3 hours in front of them and boring them out, why not do like a film show And when I say film show, it's not like such a big deal. Get a screen, get permission to play the video, play it, let them ask questions and answer, take record, and that was it. And thankfully, I was able to get her contact a few days before, and she agreed. She was really excited, and I was hoping she'd be able to come, but of course, she knew that we could not. She knew that we could not afford to bring her. So her support was, first of all, allowing us play her movie, and then, can everyone hear me? Allowing me to play her movie, and then her support was retweeting my post on Twitter, then X now. But up till now, she has not blocked me. In fact, there was one time I bumped into her. We were on the same flight, and I walked up to her and said, I'm so and so person who reached out to you. She was like, "What, really?" And she hugged me, and we spoke, we took pictures, and I still stayed in touch till now. Follow up. I need to round off because of time. So yes, this is your cue to quickly ask Probity, can you wave your hand in the room? Even though I don't see everyone again, I don't see you again. Reach out and get a copy of this book. And please, you getting a copy means you're obligated to giving me a review afterwards. I deserve it for this masterpiece. And please let us connect. Let us connect on LinkedIn. Follow me at Benedicta Apuama. That's my email address. If you have questions or tangible conversation, something you need or you want to offer, reach out. Also, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. I have videos there where I speak on international opportunities, career advancement, and a few other fun things. I don't know if there is time to ask questions, but I think you can just document your questions and ensure that you join in the evening. But maybe I can take 2 questions now. And then the rest I will take in the evening. Just write them and then show up. Let's talk. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much, Benedicta. Please, can we put a round of applause for her? That was really, really valuable. That was so, so insightful and just giving away so much value for free. I believe we have questions already online or offline. Who wants to go first? We'll just take 2 questions. I know we'd have Benedicta in the evening online as well, so please look forward to that.
I'm sorry, could you speak into the microphone so that I can hear you?
Okay, okay, all right. Please, the sound guys, make it very, very audible. So are there any questions here? I know Benedicta's book is available, right? Please, you need to get a copy. So much information is shared. In fact, she has gone into detail in that book. So you would be doing yourself a disservice if you don't get that book. And it's very, very affordable, right? Yeah, okay, so that's just a copy of the book, right? Okay, do you want to speak about the book? You can come over so that, since we don't have any question. Okay, so we'll take the questions later on. So just talk about the book.
Thank you. So this book is a very inspiring book written by Benedicta Chukwuma Apoma. Chukwukwem Apoma. So inside the book, she talks about okay, Chukwuyem Apoma. Okay, so it's an inspiring story of a young Nigerian woman who started from a dusty road to a global stage. And inside the book, she told us about her early days where she was a pharmacy student and how she attended like international conferences. And you've been saying something about, it's not just attending conference, you should bring something home and what you have to offer to the society. While doing that, she was also building a non-profit empowerment for girls, which she mentioned also. And this book is very inspiring. If you have, like, it talks about opportunity where you go to places, don't just keep quiet, speak up, because you don't know who is listening to you. say what you do, and it talks about connection also. So it's a very inspiring book where you see challenges, you have courage, it stirs up your passion and faith, the power of faith in God, whatever you do, put God to. And it talks about consistency, the power of consistency also. So it's a very interesting book. You will laugh, you will be inspired, and you will have passion to do. So for the sake of today, it's 5,000 naira. For outside, it's 7,000 naira. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm already going to get a copy. I wouldn't let this book go by because you will not find this kind of material, anywhere. So please take advantage of it. I'm already penning my name to get a copy, right, of this book. And I know generally in this part of the world, you always hear if you want to hide a thing from a black man, put it in a book, right? So try to change the narrative. Get this book, open it, and study. So continue the conversation. In fact, you can even buy more copies for your friends, for your colleagues, for your enemies, for your family, and all of those people. So it's very important for you to get a copy. Please don't give her everything. I need one copy. I know it's already rushing now. So it's 7,000 naira outside, but here you're going to get it for 5,000 naira. Please let's put our hands together for Benedicta again. That's such a wonderful gesture for everyone attending this conference. I think you should get it, right? Not just for the sake of it, but for the value you're going to get. Okay, so thank you very much. So we said we're going to take questions after, okay, maybe later on. So please, you can put down your questions, write them, or send it to us via our social media handles. By 6 p.m. today, Benedicta will be back online to share more as to what she's talking about today. Please, let's put our hands together again. Please put your hands together. Don't get tired of putting your hands together, please. One more time. Let's put our hands together. All right. So just as an aside, is there anybody that struggles with reading a book? Maybe you don't really find time to read, or you're very busy. All right, sure, you can come.
For reading of the book, I'll use myself as an example. I don't like reading books. And most times when I read book, I doze off. And I actually prefer like audio reading than reading books. When she asked me if I like ebooks or like hard copy, I actually told her I wanted like audio if there's an audio for it because I don't have that time. But guess what? I read this book and I finished it in a day. That's how interesting it is. So it shocked you, but so it's really a good book, and it's something you can actually, like, there's suspense, you want to know what's happening next. It's a lovely book, and it will take you a day to finish it actually, because it's really interesting. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's put our hands together for her. Please collect your copy. Grab your copy now. Please, we passed a sheet. If you've not written your name, it's very important for you to put your name here, right? Because this is the names of those that would be in the book of life. Just joking. That's on the lighter note. So if you struggle with reading, it's very possible for you to get this book and read it. Reading is just like you're eating, right? So please don't mind the fact that you've not read any book this year or you're struggling with reading. Get this particular book and you'll be able to break that cycle. But even at that, there's so much in stock. I don't want anybody to miss. Yeah. So she's abroad, right? She's not in Nigeria, but her impact is being felt via her book, and that's one of the ways we're going to connect with her. All right, so we're going to move on to our next speaker. How many of you are having fun? You are getting value. Are you having fun? Are you getting value? All right, so we're going to move on to our next speaker very, very quickly from the US. All right, so I'm going to be reading her bio. Please, you can just stretch. Okay, let's just stand up, stretch our legs a bit. Just 1 minute. Stand up, say hi to your neighbor. Tell them one thing you've learned today. Okay, please don't go out because of time. Okay, just tell your neighbor and say, what have you learned today? They're coming. They want to use the restroom. Please, you don't need to step out because of time. Okay, please. They want to use the restroom. So tell your neighbor, what have you learned today? What's that one thing? Just exchange pleasantries just in 2 minutes.
For those of you that were not here, this is a good time to collect phone numbers, to connect with your neighbor, to network with them. Okay, so I'm going to be reading the bio right now. One house, one house, one house, one house. So Vivian Louis is a PhD student in biomedical engineering at Johns Hopkins University and the founder and CEO of the charity Equity Hong Kong Foundation Limited. As a researcher and social entrepreneur, she brings together science, education, and empathy to address some of today's most pressing challenges. Through Equity, Vivian has built impactful programs that empower young people in Hong Kong by fostering critical thinking, creativity, and mentorship. Her initiatives, including the Impact Mentorship Program and the Think Tank Program, mobilize secondary and university students to guide younger mentees, cultivate intrinsic motivation, and spark a passion for lifelong learning. Under her leadership, Equity has grown into a vibrant community where students not only thrive academically, but also develop resilience and social responsibility. At the heart of Vivian's journey is her Christian faith. The love for Christ grounds her vision of empathy-driven leadership and her commitment to serving others. For her, entrepreneurship is not about building organizations, but about a calling to transform lives one at a time through compassion, dedication, and hope. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we welcome Vivian. Please, you're not clapping enough. Put your hands together. Wow.
Hi, do you guys hear me? Okay, I would assume so. Yeah, thank you again for the opportunity to speak with you guys. It was such a pleasure to see you guys in person at the conference, and I really wish I could be there. So I briefly talked about the power of consistency on Thursday, and today I want to follow up on giving more practical advice on how to build on. So please share the screen now. Okay, so we will begin with a brief recap of what we talked about on Thursday. We discussed how consistency is the foundation for stability and growth in life. I shared that it's not just about doing the same thing over and over, but it's about becoming. It's a repeat. With every repeated action, every habit, it is shaping who we are. And we looked at two dimensions of consistency. The first one is behavioral, which consists of small daily actions that build reliability. And the second is attitude or moral consistency, which is the attitude and value that ensure that we're moving in the right direction. And together, these make us stable in adversity and persistent through obstacles. We also reflected on the role of habits, how repeated choices gradually form our character for better or for worse. This is why consistency is so powerful. It doesn't just get us through tough times, it actually transforms us and allows progress to unfold over time. So that was the foundation. And today we're going to go a step further because we want to ask the questions as a lot of you guys asked, really good questions last time. How do I choose the right goal to begin with? And are the actions I'm being consistent in actually leading me toward my goal? And how do I know which actions are worth repeating? So we're going to attempt to answer these questions today. So let's imagine rowing diligently in the wrong direction. And this is a good example to illustrate that while consistency is powerful, if we're consistent in doing the wrong things, it can lead us astray. Every stroke just takes us further away from where we want to be. But every stroke actually feels productive and you put in the effort, but you're just going further off course. And if we look at our lives, actually, a lot of us live this way. We're busy, we're committed, we're consistent in doing some things, but we often forget the question, am I moving toward the right goal? And this is particularly important in academia because I could be spending months collecting data, having a lot of participants come in to do my experiment. But if the experiment itself does not answer the question that I want to test, it is a waste of energy and time and effort. And it is the same in our lives. We can be consistently in doing the wrong habits, and they will shape us into the wrong kind of person. So we want to ask the question whether our consistency is aligned with the right direction. So now let's imagine someone that we look up to, someone you would consider having crossed the finish line in an area that we respect, for example, a researcher, a musician, an athlete, a designer, a leader, in whatever field that you want to be succeed in. Picture them at their moment of achievement. And it's very easy to only see this highlight, the intensity of their success. But what we often forget are the thousand small, consistent steps that they took to get there. Every paper they published, every hour of practice, every day they showed up when no one was watching. And so this is the difference between intensity and consistency. Intensity is a burst, exciting but short-lived. But consistency is steady, often unnoticed, but transformative. And so here I want to tie into the concept of faithfulness, which at its heart is just being consistent, doing what you said you would do again and again, even when you don't feel like it. And here I just want to remind myself and every one of you that every person that we admire has been shaped by consistency more than by intensity. And when we think about goals, it's very easy to get them tangled up. So here I just want to take a step back to really think about the goal that we're pursuing. Sometimes people pursue one goal because of another. For example, someone might want to become a professor because of the title and the recognition that they'll get, or they want to become an investor because of the money that they'll earn. The problem is if the motivation is only the secondary outcome of your goal, then we'll eventually get burned out on our way to achieving our goal. We might achieve that title or earn that income, but if we don't actually enjoy the work itself, we won't be able to sustain consistency. And even if we do enjoy our work, it's important to remember that our work does not define us. We should not idolize our work. Our jobs, our titles, research, they're not ultimate measure of our worth. And I'm not sure for you guys, but for example, for me, my faith in God would come first, and relationships with friends and family would always come before career success. So as we think about our goals today, I just want us to keep at the back of our minds that the things that really endure, like relationships, but yeah, for example, for jobs, careers, achievements, they would fade someday. So yes, we should pursue meaningful work, but keep it at its proper place, and let our work be part of our contribution to the world and not our identity. If we lose sight of the bigger picture, we risk letting work consume us. And it's easy to confuse our job and our self-worth. So yeah, just remember that consistency in life must include not only our labor, but also our love for people, for other things that are more important. Okay, so now moving on to how to actually choose a worthy goal. Here I have 4 points that I think will be helpful as we discern whether a big goal in our life is really worth pursuing. The first one is whether it is good. So the word good, in some sense, it can be relative, but for me, and I hope for you guys as well, we believe in some objective, intrinsic good. And so, for example, like riches, status, ego, those are not good goals. But and so here it is important to distinguish what seems attractive at first sight, but are not actually good for your soul, that aligns with the truth, the virtue, the service that your worldview holds. And if your goal doesn't align with those, it would not worth your consistency. So this is the most, I think, basic question to ask. And then the second one is whether it is an open goal, or if another way to put it is whether it is feasible, it is possible. So for example, for me, like if I've never played basketball, joining the NBA should never be an open goal for me. And then other like more practical example, for example, in academia, maybe I want to be a professor at a top university, but I don't have the training or the credentials or the knowledge base right now. It doesn't mean that it's bad, but it's just not open yet. But some doors will open later, but in the present, we should focus on the doors that are actually available. Now for the third point here, if it is wise. So a goal can be good and open, but it may not be wise for you when you consider yourself, how much you know yourself and know the people around you, know of your other priorities, which is what I was mentioning in the last slide. For example, if this job would pull you away from what is more important to you than your job, then maybe it is not wise for you to pursue it. So this goal should align with your strengths and your deeper calling and your whole worldview and your values. So it is about the fit, the timing, and knowing yourself. And finally, your desire. Even if it's good, it's open and wise, you want to ask yourself if you actually want this. For example, if 2 graduate programs are open to you, and you have to choose one, you might want to consider things like the environment that you'll be in when you attend the school, or the people in the lab, the mentor, if you would want to work with them. So those kind of personal desires, because in the long run, the one that you genuinely desire would allow you to stay consistent if your heart is in it. So just to recap, before we pour our energy into consistency, we need to test the goal itself through these 4 points. Otherwise, we risk climbing a ladder faithfully only to realize that it's leaning against the wrong wall. Okay, so now after we choose a goal, the next question is, what specific actions should I be consistent in to reach it? This is where a lot of us would get stuck. And so here I have 3 points that I think has benefited myself a lot when it comes to finding the right actions to be consistent in. The first one, and I think this is really one of the best ways, is to learn from those who've gone before us, to seek out mentors, to read biographies, to look at the daily rhythms of people you admire, and copy their habits before we invent on our own. I think for this point, we really need to realize how much we don't know, and have this hard posture of humility to learn from those who are where you want to be. So for example, in academia, great scientists always have a habit of reading, writing regularly, asking critical questions, and collaborating with others. And so when I want to build a career in research, I would try to imitate those habits. Yeah, so here we would want to identify the daily practices that shape these people and try to copy them. Another way is to experiment and reflect. So because not every action that works for other people will work for you, so it's good to have a diversity of the people you look up to and try the different practices and notice which ones actually move you forward. Maybe you discover, for example, you think more clearly in the morning, or that weekly planning helps you more than daily checklists. So these kind of differences in the practices that are specific to each person's own preference and character. So consistently reflecting on the actions that you're taking will help you identify which one actually deserve your consistency. And finally, seek feedback and accountability. I think apart from evaluating those actions on your own, try to ask others to help you as well, especially those who have more experiences, like mentors or advisors. Ask them, if I want to reach this goal, are these the right steps? Often others can see the blind spot that we miss. And so when other people know our commitments, it's easier to stay consistent. Now, moving on to, after finding the right actions, how to stay consistent. I think it's very easy to say, as long as you have the willpower, you just have to be strong enough to persist. But I think there are actually practical ways that we can set up the conditions to make our actions easier to follow through, easier to be consistent with. So these are the 5 things that I myself find very helpful when I try to build a habit, and I want to share these with you guys. So the first one is called habit stacking. Here, I think this is one of the easiest ways, which is to stack new habits onto the old ones. Because if we look back at our lives these days, we already have daily habits, just the simplest things like brushing teeth, eating lunch, checking our phones. And if we add something small right after, it becomes automatic. For example, when I want to develop a writing habit, I would decide, because I drink my coffee every morning, I would try to write maybe a few sentences after I drink my coffee. And it's almost too small to fail, but when done repeatedly, it creates momentum. And this works because our brain is just wired this way. Our brains cue routine loops where a part of our brain stores these sequences. So when the cue happens, the action almost runs on autopilot. And this would allow us to free up our willpower for harder tasks, or when you're on a bad day and you really need willpower. So this way you're kind of hacking your brain to associate a cue that you already do every day with the action that you want to be consistent in. Now, the second method is to reduce the effort cost. So here, I'm gonna get technical here because this is actually my field of research, which is to look at how effort is being weighed in the decisions that people make. And we know that when something is effortful, people tend to avoid that. And so if that action, that habit is effortful to you, you would not want to return to it. And so we would want to actually enjoy the process. But I know that not every action that leads you to the goal is enjoyable. Sometimes maybe it is, but on some days it could feel very dreadful as well. So here it is I think it's a good way to make things enjoyable is to identify, for example, the environments that you're in that you really like. For example, you put up some kind of music, put up like some plants around you, and you plan to do that thing, where you want to pair effort with pleasure. This works because our brain releases dopamine when we experience pleasure. So not just when we achieve the goal, but also during the process itself. So when we set up the environment um, in a way that we enjoy and add joy to the effort that we're putting in, we would want to come back again. And so, for example, in research, just for me, for example, I would have my friends join me in writing. We spend like an hour every week to just write together. And during that process, I find that I really enjoy the companion of being able to write together. So that helps me keep coming back to writing consistently. Now, the third way is accountability, which is what I briefly mentioned in the last point as well, about having friends to do it ourselves, because it taps into social motivation. Instead of relying on our internal motivation and willpower, we want that external source of motivation. And I think naturally humans as social being, we like being with people, and we want to share commitments with other people and avoid letting people down. And so when others know of my goal to sustain whichever kind of habits, we are more easy to follow through. So for example, for me, I'm just thinking of how, like, when I go to the gym, I now have like a gym buddy, a really good friend to come with me. And yeah, we always encourage each other, and that's what allow me to stay consistent in working out. And now for the fourth point, to start small. I think it's very easy to fall into the trap of starting too big. Like, for example, when you're trying to train for a marathon, you wouldn't start with training 26 miles on your first training. You would start with a single lap, and then maybe consistently, and then you gradually add up. And these tiny steps matter more than the giant leaps. I think these small wins, when you set your steps to be small, you're more easily to achieve your goals, and like these milestones, and therefore every small success would give your brain a dopamine hit, and therefore reinforcing the behavior and making it easier next time. And over time, these neural pathways would strengthen, and the behavior will feel less effortful and more natural. And so, for example, I'm thinking back to when I built my charity equity. I had the vision of having like hundreds of primary school students benefiting from the program that I am doing. But I know that I have to start small to show that this program really works. It's really helping the people that I want to help, and I need to gain trust from the public through those. So we started with a pilot program of just 10, I think around 10 students. And over the past 7, 8 years, we gradually scaled up. And yeah, this is just showing how small beginnings, when consistently applied, compound into extraordinary outcomes. And for the last point here, I think, especially for myself, I am very prone to experiencing, for example, fatigue or distractions or days that I just don't feel like doing what I plan to do. And here we need to remember that consistency isn't about perfection, it's about persistence. And because we know that obstacles would come, like exhaustion, sickness, so the key here is to plan for them ahead of time and decide what is the minimum that I need to do on those days. I think because especially when our brain is under stress, we would revert to a default. And if we already rehearse the backup plan, we don't have to exercise our willpower as much to be deliberate with going that extra mile. And so for me, for example, on days that when I feel overwhelmed, I would still like maybe write one sentence or do this one little thing for my project instead of spending like 4 hours in the lab. But at least I have gotten something done. And these minimum action keeps us consistent even when we are having a bad day. So those were the 5 practical strategies I want to share with you guys. I hope you found it helpful and would try to implement them. But yeah, while consistency is powerful, it is not enough on its own. We have to consistently ask, am I doing the right things to avoid the risk of walking in circles? So here there are 3 things that I think we should do to evaluate whether we're being consistent in the right things. So the first one is that we should have, I think this is very obvious, but have the goal in mind. And this goal needs to be a vision that you can visualize, defining what success looks like beforehand and having a clear benchmark. For example, for my research project, for example, I need to collect data from 60 people. So this would be like the end point of this small goal that I have. And then we need to track with simple metrics. So in my example, the number of participants would be a good metric. And we often try to overcomplicate things of having a goal that is not measurable, but it is very important that we have a way to quantify our goals so that we are able to track the progress of which we have been consistent in. And this would give us data instead of feelings. And these should be things that we can control over. So, for example, like in a weight loss journey, people might say, oh, I want to lose 2 pounds in a week. But we know that like the weight fluctuates and it's often out of our control. And I would say that this is not a good metric, but instead we could think about like the number of steps that you take every day. So this is something that you have control over, and therefore you can consistently track and do, and it's also contributing to your goal. And the last point is to reflect. Just to consistently ask the question of whether I need to adjust my action or even reconsider my goals. And catching it earlier would prevent burnout or wasted energy. So for example, a student might be attending weekly seminar, which is a great thing, but then he might realize actually he's not being productive in and doing experiments when he's spending so much time on seminars and therefore not making good progress in his own research. So evaluating that helps him rebalance, maybe doing monthly seminars instead of weekly and doing more, allocating more time for lab work. And earlier I talked about how consistency beats intensity and why small repeated steps are more powerful than bursts of effort. But here's the next step. We won't stay consistent unless we learn to love the process itself. And so the neuroscience actually backs this up because our brain's dopamine system fires not only at the reward, but also the cues we associated with the progress, which means that if we can teach ourselves to enjoy the steps, our brain would begin to reward the act itself and not the end results. And so in academia, in my own life, I had to put in the effort to learn how to love the craft of research as well, not just the recognition of being able to publish your paper. For example, learning to enjoy reading literature and the quiet breakthroughs in my own analysis. These would allow me to stay joyful along the way. And even when it feels tiring, we would still be able to find joy in those small things. And so the challenge here is don't just do the work. Try to gain more appreciation of the action that you're taking. And when you love the process, consistency becomes who you are and not just what you do. And finally, consistency doesn't really prove itself when everything is easy. It proves itself in the dark when we're tired, discouraged, or tempted to give up. And in darkness, we forget what we learned in the light. When life feels heavy, we lose sight of the truths, the values, and the goals that once seemed so clear when our vision was very established and we had a strong passion towards the goal. And this is when consistency matters most, because when we've built habits of faithfulness, we can keep going even when we don't feel like it. Think about this in your own life right now. Maybe you've had seasons where motivation dried up. If you only relied on passion, you would have quit. But if you built consistency, you still showed up, and that's what carried you through. That's what built character, which I talked a lot about on Thursday, persevering in darkness by holding on to what you learned in the light. So here, I want to end the first part of my talk, which is about how to build consistency. And I was asked to go more into detail about my experience in academia, what it is, and international pathways. I don't know if all of you here are considering a career in academia, but even if not, I think it would just be good to listen in to learn about what it is and maybe have an appreciation for it, or even consider it if you haven't before. So academia is basically research, and it is the pursuit of reality. There are a lot of voices that we hear, but we're not pursuing those kind of opinions, but it's about discovering how the physical world really works. And this pursuit is slow, often frustrating, and it requires incredible consistency, but it's also one of the most meaningful calls that a person can have. And in research, we're not just gathering information, we're expanding the boundaries of human knowledge. Think of, the sphere of human knowledge, and we're expanding that circle. With each experiment, each paper, it's like adding one brick to a structure that will outlast you. And you're laying the groundwork for research that will be done like in 100 years, for example. And so maybe in our lifetime, we won't see the whole cathedral, but our work builds. This is why consistency matters so deeply in academia, because truth doesn't reveal itself in one brilliant moment. It is uncovered slowly through repeated effort, trial and error, careful observations, and years of persistence. And so if you're drawn to academia, don't do it because you want to be called a professor. Do it because you want to contribute to truth. And it's really not about building your own name, but building humanity's understanding of our world. So academic growth doesn't start with a big fellowship or a fancy title. It starts with small, consistent building blocks. And so here I'm laying out what I think of as a progressive pathway for academic growth. So the first step is the foundation of knowledge, simply learning the basics, taking classes in your field, and there are a lot of free courses online, so many good YouTube videos, I think even better than university classes sometimes. Or like summer schools, workshops that could build your own foundation. It is like learning the grammar of the new language of this field that you're interested in before you start speaking it fluently. Now, the second step is experience or exploration. So the next step is to test drive your interest. Try to do a short project, do an internship, or even volunteer in a lab. And I think it's important to emphasize that during this stage, we shouldn't expect like to be paid a good amount or expect being able to learn like all that you need for your research during this stage, because even if it's an unpaid or a small scale opportunity, these experiences would show you what the work really feels like and help you figure out what excites you and what does not, and what you like don't like doing. For me, I was involved in a lot of voluntary research projects at an undergrad, and I was spending a lot of time on them, and they take away time from like my main studies as well. But I think these are very fruitful experiences because through them I have come to learn like the very specific field of research that I'm interested in, and which guided me in the path that I took for my PhD. And the third step of the way is ownership or independent curiosity. So at some point, we have to stop waiting for other people to assign work to us and start asking our own question. This means reading research papers on our own and critically asking questions, following their threads of curiosity, thinking about who do I agree with? Would I test this thing differently? And this is where you start to become a researcher, not a student. And finally, the last step is practice or output. Building the habit of producing something, even if it's just for yourself, like writing a short reflection on what you've read, summarize an article, draft a blog post, discuss a paper with a peer. This is how we sharpen our thoughts and prepare to contribute to academic conversation. And so when we stack these 4 blocks consistently, these will open up to us to opportunities like fellowships, scholarships, or graduate programs that comes along. And so here, I wanted to also talk about the opportunities that could be available. I think the internet is really a good resource where you can just look up university websites and research centers to see if they have any positions open, and any active research labs. I think for most research lab, they would love to take in student volunteers, because it is basically just extra labor to be able to contribute to their research work. And when you come in with that expectation of just learning instead of being able to earn something from them, we can get a taste of research through these opportunities. And I believe the last speaker also mentioned other fellowships as well, but I'm listing here some of the international fellowships if you want to pursue a graduate degree in the UK or Germany, or when you search online, you'll be able to find these scholarships. But I think the last point here, conferences and networks, this is something that I've personally most benefited from. When I first applied to PhD, I just realized how important network is. I actually don't like using the word networking because it feels like we're using people as an end to achieve what we want, to get opportunities. But I think for me, I really enjoy like building friendships, being able to learn what other people think, and I think those relationships formed very naturally. For example, my friendship with Dr. Favor, and I think with these shared interests, opportunities just open up, and you would be the person those people think of when they come across opportunities, and they'll be able to introduce them to you. So yeah, I would say don't be afraid to open yourself up to other people, learn about what they do, and yeah, their sphere of influence, when you're able to connect with them, could influence yourself as well, and therefore um, yeah, give you more opportunities. And even when it comes to finding opportunities, consistency is key, because I know that, for example, fellowships are very competitive. Maybe labs are not taking students at the moment, but you have to persist. And this is what I learned through many rejections, from labs, from yeah, other places too. And rejection is part of the process. And I know a lot of people who failed multiple cycles and didn't get in until maybe their third and fourth try, and it's completely normal. And so we should think of this as another test of consistency. Academia rewards not the person who applies once and gives up, but the one who keeps refining and trying. And when you apply for these opportunities, I want to stress the qualities that are needed for a career in academia, or what the professors or what people are looking for in a potential researcher. So the first one is definitely just the basic foundation of the knowledge of the field. It doesn't mean that you have to know everything, but you should demonstrate familiarity or an openness to learn about them. And this would set you apart immediately from people who are maybe not as interested in the field, not having taken that much time to do their own research about the field. And the second point is passion, because I would say 50% of the time in research is about failing and getting back up and trying again. So this process is very slow, often frustrating, full of failures. And so professors would want people who care about the question itself and not just the outcome. And passion shows when you can explain why this research matters to you personally, how it connects to your curiosity or long-term vision. And this is what will keep you motivated through the difficult phases, which will come in a career in academia. And thirdly, it's independence and resilience. And this may be the most important quality, because a professor doesn't want a student who needs constant hand-holding, who needs to be told what to do, but someone who can take initiative and troubleshoot and keep going when experiments fail. And so, yeah, they look for resilience, the ability to bounce back, adjust, and try again. And independence also means that you can generate your own ideas, even when they're small or rough. This fact that you're thinking critically is a big plus. But in summary, people are not looking for perfection. They're looking for people who are curious, motivated, willing to persevere. And if you can show your knowledge, passion, and resilience, you can stand out. So this is my last slide. We covered quite a lot today. So trying to tie it back together. In the first part of this talk, we looked at how consistency is not intensity, but faithfulness that changes us, and how small steps repeated over time form our character and give us stability, even in adversity and darkness. Consistency makes us reliable, steadfast, and it transforms us. And in the second part, we applied those principles to academia. learning that it's not about chasing titles or money, it's about pursuing truth, expanding knowledge, and contributing to something greater than ourselves. And just like in life, this path isn't built on one big through. It's built on the small, consistent actions that you can take to acquire the qualities of a researcher and the perseverance needed to pursue this career. So here's my challenge for you guys. Don't just leave here inspired but unchanged. Try to really identify one goal that matters deeply to you. It can be in your studies, in your career, in your personal life, and then choose one action that you can be consistent in and build this habit that will move you step by step toward that goal. Because whether it's becoming a person of character or becoming a scholar who contributes to truth, the principle is the same. Greatness isn't built in bursts, it's built in faithfulness, one consistent step at a time. And if you do it, if you hold on to what you've learned in the light and persevere through the darkness, you will not only grow in your field, but you will become the leader of that field. So that's all I have for today. Yeah, thank you, and I'm happy for questions.
Put your hands together. Put your hands together for Vivian. That was so much valuable, insightful session on consistency and some valuable tips for those of us who wants to go into academia, want to go into research. So do we have any questions for her? Because of time, we'll just take your questions and send to her. Vivian, can we send you an email or something so we can just collate all the questions and send to you at the same time? All right, thank you very much, because we are really pressed for time. But I most appreciate you on behalf of Jella and everyone at the YCC conference. Thank you so much for speaking to us this afternoon over here in Nigeria. Please put your hands together one more time. Okay, we're wrapping up very soon. We're wrapping up very soon, and there's item 7. Who knows what's item 7? I know you already know what's item 7, right? How many hours did Hidabasi prepare her jollof rice? How many hours? Who can tell me? How many hours did it take? Hidabasi's jollof rice that happened recently in Lagos. How many hours did she, people wait for it to 24 hours. Wow. That's a lot. People spend 24 hours, waiting for Nigeria's jollof rice, right? So this conference is worth so much the time we've invested. Okay, so I don't want you to think that your time has run so fast. There's so much value that has been invested. And like Vivian gave us, you need to, take up the challenge and just get on with something and run with it. So we have one last speaker that will talk to us for about 20 minutes, and then we'll get on to item 7 in about 5-10 minutes, and then we'll just, break out with networking and we close. So pretty much in the next 30 minutes, we'll be out of here. Are we together? Is that okay? I want to hear you. Is that okay? All right, so do we have the bio of the next speaker so that I can quickly run through it? Okay, so one thing I picked from Vivian's session was that consistency is not about perfection, it's about being persistent. Some people will tell you consistency, I want to be consistent. And if you said to do something, maybe you said to read, you said to exercise, right? Every morning. And then maybe on Monday you exercise, on Tuesday you exercise, and then on Wednesday you did not exercise. It doesn't mean that you're not consistent. For the fact that you felt bad for not exercising on Wednesday and you actually want to go back to exercise on Thursday, means that you're actually consistent, right? So consistency is not about perfection. Of course, it's not very easy for you to attain perfection. It's being persistent, having that desire to want to go and do it again. All right. So I just wanted to throw that in. So let me introduce our speaker, please. But I would like you to put your hands together as I invite him. So don't stop clapping until you see him. Please, let's begin to put our hands together.
Please put our hands together.
My name is Joseph Dokare. How's been your day so far? I'm sure you guys have learned a lot, right? I hope you have taken something. Have you guys eaten? Okay, because you're looking so serious. Yes. Yeah, because when I came earlier and you guys were busy, so we went to go and eat. So I'm now concerned. Have you guys eaten? So you can relax. I will just be fast like 1 hour, right? 45 minutes? 30. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Just give me a good time. I'm trying to wait for my slide so that I can work with slide. I just stopped somewhere. Maybe finish the remaining parts online. So let me just get to, or maybe you want to get to know me. I'm Joseph Dokari. Call me Joseph. All right. I work with an NGO called Code for Africa. Code for Africa. All right. I work as a data analytics coordinator for the NGO. I also have my own company called GSM Technology, where I'm a CEO. I am into software development as well. My friend is Ebere. If I didn't plan that she'll come with me here today. I'm married, by the way. Don't mind my finger. I have 2 boys. My last one is 9 years old, almost 10 years now. So I'm 10 years married. All right. What else again? You want to know, anything else you want to know about me? Anything else you want to know about me? How many of you are married here? Okay, you're married. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, yes. You're not married? This one with cap. Okay, you're married. All right, that's fine. I don't like wearing jewelries. So I only wore my wedding ring for the first week of my wedding. After the first week, I pulled it off. I don't wear wristwatch. I don't wear anything like jewelries. Isn't that funny? Very funny. So, is my what? What? Oh, you know jewelries. You know, so I don't like jewelries. And my wife understands that with me. So before we got married, I told her I don't like all these things. So, but I will just do it for the wedding's sake. After wedding, and I will pull it off. Very funny. She is that? Yeah. I mean, to be conveniencing me, I will not be dragging it on my hand. It's funny. I'll try. So I actually tried. Then one day I was in the car and I play with it and I pull it off, and it got lost. I'll buy on that one again. So anywhere I get to, usually I'll tell them I'm married, please, and don't look at my finger. And in Code for Africa, I interface with a lot of people. I've trained over 5,000 people across Africa. So when I start to talk, I'll tell you I'm married. So you know, say, this young guy, I look very young, right? And I'm 41 years old now. Yes. All right. So, okay, let's start. I'm talking about building a stable relationship and family life. How do you build a stable relationship and family life? So I'll be very fast. I'll just stop somewhere, maybe end the remaining one in the evening session by 7. I know you must have learned a lot. I was following you guys online when the other lady was there. So next slide. Let's move. Importance, how many of us are already working here? You're already working. Okay. All right. Okay, most of you, okay, that's fine. Importance of relationships and family life in personal and professional growth. This is a bit dicey. Family is very crucial in building your life, all right, in your professional growth. At times, it helps in your stability. But at times, it can also destroy your stability. Yes. Yeah. I'll give you an example. I remember a friend of mine, his name was Ben. He just finished NYSC. He was into videography. This stuff this lady is doing, right? And the lady he got married to, they met as couples. So in NYSC, they both learned videography. As they came back in church those days, while the guy is handling the video camera, the woman is handling the one for pictures. Before you know, they started a videography business. So anywhere they go to cover like wedding, the woman handles the other camera, the guy handles this. That's how they started building. And today they are big boys now. They have grown very steady. I also know that another guy, the guy was showing my native in Benin then. That was the name again. When I left him, he was driving a very big Jeep and has built his house. They also met in NYSC. That's one hour. They finished, they learned fashion design. They started a fashion design business. So the woman will be the one that will be selling the materials. So when you go there to sew, you buy materials from the wife. Then you go to the husband. Everything entered the same purse. And they were very good. I mean, extremely good. So when I left Benin, about 7 years, they had built their house. They are living very big, did very well, from fashion design. Many times, marriage can help you build, but at other times, it can destroy what you have started building, especially if you get the wrong person. I was just sharing with him how marriage destroys a man. I give him 2 instances, destroyed a man from head to toe. In fact, as we speak now, the man has been paralyzed for over 10 years. Because of the woman he married. The man, if I mention the name, some of you may know he was very popular. The marriage destroyed him and he has been paralyzed for over 10 years. Because of the woman he married. So marriage can help in professional growth, but if it's not done well, it can destroy your professional growth. All right? No, go back to the other slide again. The role of stability in ensuring happiness, yeah. You know, I know ladies will say, I want to settle down. You know, when I settle down, I'll do this. You know, stability. Marriage helps in stability, right? And productivity and long-term success. Let's move on. So, going very, very fast. But how do you find a good partner? So we have only 3 of us that are married here. Am I correct? Only 3 of us. Let me see. 1, 2, 3. You're not serious? So you know you can get a good wife even in this small room. Yes, you can. You can. I met my wife in a class like this. I was lecturing in NIT program, and she was my database student. So while I was teaching her database, I was eyeing her. Yeah, she was. No, she used to say that she used to say that she paid school fees and collected the lecturer. So when I was teaching, and this quiet lady, I was extremely quiet. Black, extremely quiet. How do I even penetrate this woman? Because she's so quiet. So what I did, there was a friend of hers who was very close, who was talking. I said, I will pass through the channel. All right, so let me start from here first before I move to this angle. All right, now she's in my home for 10 years now. All right, but what do you need to find first? Self-awareness first. That you are 50 years old doesn't mean you are ready to get married. Marriage is not by age. It's not by age. Do you know what? See, many times you can see a 20 years old guy thinking more mature than a 40 years old guy. It's just this 20 years old guy is self-aware. He knows what he wants. He knows where he's going to. So you need self-awareness. Do you know your values? Do you know your goals in life? Do you know what you bring to the relationship? Do you know your aspiration? All right. Before I ever go into this quality, this is very crucial because it's not about age. It's not about because you are a graduate. And are you mature emotionally? And it's not because you have money. Yes. Because the moment you have money, let me say that you will have money, you will not be mature to manage a woman. Yes, you have money, you are mature, and you just get married 6 months, you are tired. Say, this woman is getting my head crazy. It's because you are not matured. And so you need to be self-aware, know your values, know your goal. You can't be married. I'm going to the Kaduna, and I now marry a woman who is going to Imo State. We are far apart, all right? Know your value. What are your core values? What are your core principles? Where are you heading? So when I met my wife, as a young teenager, I told my wife, this is what I see myself doing in the future. Can you go in this kind of journey? She said, yes, fine. It's not a journey that you'll be famous. It's not a journey that you will have plenty of money. I'm not pursuing money in my life. Money is not I'm not pursuing money at all. So when I see my friends going Japan is not my business. If I want to travel, I will travel, but that's not my pursuit. My pursuit is this. Can you go with me like this? Say, yes, fine, we'll go. So those core values, you need to realize them before you start looking for, so that when you see the person, you share those core values. If you are a feminist, you can't go with somebody who does not believe in feminism. Are we together? So let's realize who we are, our goals and core values. Qualities to look out for. Everybody wants someone who is trustworthy, right? Even a criminal wants someone who is trustworthy. Yes. So look out for trustworthiness. Look out for respect. Empathy. All right. This one I know most ladies say communication. You can't communicate. Most guys, I don't know why guys can't communicate. I don't know why. Guys, this guy looking at someone who cannot communicate very well. You're talking, right? All right, but so most guys, I think it's a major issue for guys. Guys like to just be quiet but communication is very, very key, which we are going to see very. Please let me know if you want me to stop in 5 minutes time. Who's watching my time for me? Go ahead, me just be talking. So then shared values. I already mentioned shared values. Are we together? When did I start? 3:00. Thank you. All right, next slide. But usually what I tell people, instead of looking for a good partner, why not position yourself to become a good partner? Instead of you looking for a good materials, be a good material, and a good material will match with a good material. All right, and that way you can build your career at the same time, your family and relationships. Now, if you can't build relationships, how can you build marriage? So many of us, you don't even have a single friend. You don't have a single. If you have any problem now, you have a friend you can call, and I will share for you. If you don't have it, means you are not building good relationships. So how do you not build a marriage? That's already a problem. If I have challenges right now, I have at least 10 people I can call. Are you getting it? So if you don't know how to build relationships, you can't build marriage. So this is the best time to start learning how to build a relationship. All right. So how do you become a good partner? Communicate openly and honestly. Be honest. Be sincere. Don't carry yourself. Don't project what you are not. What's your name, please? You carry blessing out. You know you don't have a car. Why must you hire a car to carry him out? No. You can take Uber and go to where you're going to, so that she knows you don't have a car. Don't hire a car, pay like 50K or 100K and drop and go out where you don't have a car. Be sincere, be open. People are looking for sincerity. Most ladies are not looking for your money, they're looking for sincerity. Openness, somebody that's the truth. The good girls are looking for sincerity. All right, don't package yourself and sell your land and buy iPhone. You don't need to do that. I don't have it. You don't have it. later than you deceiving yourself. All right. Number two, practice active. This one is very difficult. Especially guys. Guys don't listen. Guys don't listen. Ladies talk a lot, but you listen. Listening is not by you are showing. No, listening is active. When I say active listening, if Blessing is talking to me, I should be able to respond. Respond in line with what she's saying. Not, hey, blah, 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 okay, oh, Blessing, can we go? It means you're not listening. Someone is talking to you, instead of you to respond, you bring another matter entirely. This is to guys. Mostly guys, women know how to listen and talk. Guys do not listen. I'm talking to you, I'm bringing Man U and Chelsea. No, you have to. So when a woman see a man who communicates, man, forget about your money. You can communicate to talk and you respond, you listen. That time when I go home, I just want to talk. I just want to be talking, let's be talking. Even when the talk is talking, I'm angry. But I will not show that I'm angry. You know, you talk, okay, you talk. But I'm responding really, okay, really, oh wow. Just to ensure that she knows I'm ready to. Do you understand? So at times I have walk up, I just abandon the wall. Let me go and sit down with her. Let's talk, let's do this thing. So practice active listening. Number three, support your partner's dream and growth. This is very, very crucial. The person who really wants to marry you will support your growth. Yes. One of the ways to convince her that you're a good man is not by buying the things. When are you doing your masters? Why not start your masters? Why not start to learn this? The lady said, why is this guy always interested in my... What did you study? Med lab, okay. What did you study? Huh? Banking and finance, okay. Can you get me your CV? Let me arrange it for you. I'm just after, oh, what can I submit this thing for you? Think about the welfare of the other person. You don't need to tell the person that this guy is a good guy. When you are always after my welfare, it's not by packing money. Don't tell me I don't have a girlfriend because I don't have money. It's not true. All you need to have a girlfriend is your mouth. Your mouth. And just be nice. All right? Work on personal development. This emotional development. You need to understand especially this for guys. The woman has a lot of emotional instability many times. Yes. So you need to understand. And if you don't understand the woman's emotional cycle, it can swing at any time. Remember, doctor is here now. You remember this woman has menstrual cycle every 28 days, and the hormones will be stimulated every. At times she's just getting angry and I don't know why she's angry. When I got married to my wife, I didn't even understand. I was very ignorant. The first month, I did not know that the first month she already took in. I think women should just first. But this matter is very simple matter now. Okay, this soap is smelly. You calm down. I didn't know that she was reacting to the body changes. She would just be angry. I said, look at what I love this. So I will have beg her, appeal to her. So you need to understand that her system has changed. And that will happen in different phases. First trimester is different. Second trimester is different. Third trimester is different. In third trimester, in fact, one day my wife said she wanted rice that is cooked by red oil. I don't understand. This time was 11 p.m. in the night. Which restaurant will have rice, we cook rice by red oil 11 p.m. in the night? I started moving the whole round beneath. My dear, until luckily I saw one woman, mama put this small outside food. She was just packing clothes. I said, Ma, do you have rice with rice? She has it. God bless it. Then the woman now arranged the rice. I got home, she's not eating again. What? Do you know where I'm coming from? It's not her fault, it's her hormones. Do you understand? So when you say you want to marry, you don't know what marriage is all about. You think we are enjoying inside that place? You have to adjust. You have to be mature emotionally. A woman, let me just talk, you're angry. Do you think she mean everything she was saying? emotionally to say, I want to marry. All right, so work on your emotional intelligence. There are times her body signs, she may not tell you that she wants sex. But her body signs show that, she wants sex because she's ovulating. So you need to understand, oh, there's something wrong here. So if you are the kind that you don't want sex in a relationship, but at this point now, she's now showing she wants sex, it doesn't mean that she's weak. No, you just need to understand how to help her at that moment. Do you understand? But if you're not mature, you just feel that she's just behaving anyhow, whereas we've agreed that there was no sex in this relationship. You don't know that she's at a critical moment. So you need to be emotionally mature, before you can say, let me go into this thing, all right? Work on personal development, emotional maturity, financial responsibility. Of course, you should have something doing. May not be too big, all right? I was telling her, I was earning 35,000. Yes, 35 to, then my salary now increased to 48,000 when I plan to fix my wedding date. Yes. Yes. That was 2015. Even, no, it was still very bad. In 2015, that was Goodluck Jonathan. A bag of rice was 6.5. Yes, wait now. Yes now. Was 6.5 that period. All right, but that 48K was still very bad. Was very bad because when we went to go and hire a hall was then was around 100,000 plus. All right, and then to buy drinks, a crate of drinks there was around 5,000. Yes, but it was still very bad because even if the salary I'm telling you about now, before the end of the month, I will exhaust it. I'm not saying I will save it. I'm saying that was my salary. And before end of month, I will even finish the money. So the question was, how do I raise about 1 point something million? So, but we have to tell ourselves, okay, don't worry. Since I know that I can take care of you with the salary, we can manage. After all, you are also working earning about 50,000. You see now, partnership. So it's not about the wedding, it's about the marriage. So let's proceed. Whatever we have, we just do it small like that. Are you getting it? That's how we just agreed and we just prayed about it. How many of us are Muslims here? How many of us are Christians? One Muslim, Christians? So, I mean, you are all religious. You just pray about it. Let's move on. And lo and behold, the wedding came and gone. We didn't own anybody. We didn't borrow one couple. People that love us. You want to get married? Oh, really? One of my friends, okay, I'll buy. How much is your shoe? Two guys say they will buy my suits. Okay, you bring the money. You buy the suit. All right. So, how many minutes more? Okay, 10 minutes. So we had to like that and. Wedding, after the wedding, before you know, I got a different job. This next time 250K. Before you know, this time 750K. Before you know, it was increasing. No, I did not. I did not. I did not. No, I did not. In fact, before the job came, was around about shouting at you, it's a red flag. If it doesn't respect you, how will it respect you in marriage? You're not a slave. You are bringing in something. Since that time, my wife has not been working. Since the first year of my marriage, she has not been. When we relocated to Abuja, she resigned her job. So, well, get away. I said, try to relax. Let's just. She has not been working. But it's not as if she has not been getting a job. I don't want a job that you will now have to travel long distance and you will now spend almost half your salary. You understand? But I do not, because of that, disrespect her. I told her that even though you are not working, this money belongs to both of us. You are actually working because you are the one managing the house. So it belongs to both of us. All right. So if you are the one working tomorrow, when she was working, she was also taking care of the house needs. So that I'm now working does not mean I will not disrespect you. All right. So when you disrespect, be careful. It's honesty. You always lock your phone Exactly. Yeah. 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 Yeah, you have to. Yeah. Yeah. I agree. Yeah. I know the root of the whole chaos in the world. I agree. I know that because of it, that will have, I want to point it out straight. Because since they said to me that this is the age, yeah, and I said, yes, I will work with you. Yeah. So we start arguing because of the happiness, yeah, because of the things of happiness, and myself as well. Yeah. Conscious of our age. Yeah. It's very something I'm worried. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Thank you so much for that.
That's a very good way to wrap up the conversation. Please, let's put our hands together for him. We're going to have him in the evening. So please connect online. So much more value is going to be shared. You have time to ask your questions because right now we're actually pressed for time and our food is getting cold. Just a minute, speaker. We have a very beautiful award to present to you. Please put your hands together. Over to you, Dr. Favor.
On behalf of the, first of all, how many of us are can attest to the fact that this session was I don't want to say, okay, among the most interesting session for, is it because we are young people? So thank you so much. On behalf of the Global Advisory Board and also the admin decks, we want to present an award of recognition. We know this is not the first time he has come. Our last conference we had at in Abuja here, yes, he came, honored the invitation, and thank you so much once again. It's for the last time he came. You see, he mentioned something about that he stays in a duplex now, as in like this guy has gone very far. You need to stop grace. So we want to present this to you. Award presented to Mr. Joseph Dukare for being a keynote speaker at YCC and your relentless commitment to youth empowerment in Nigeria. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much for your time since morning. I know some of us came here around 10:30, even before that time, and we've gained so much. So it's time for our food right now. So just sit back. We have, I don't say Hidabasi's jollof rice, but but after this session, to marry, don't they? I don't know. Don't they? Is he hungry you? So just sit back, eh? Okay, yeah, we're also going to have a group picture, so please don't hurry. And then we'll have a breakout section for like networking, career, professionals, entrepreneurs, and investors. We'll do that as we're eating so that it flows, right?
hello guys. Hello. Okay. Reduce the volume a bit. Hello. Can you hear me? Those of you online, you can hear me, right? All right.
Yes,
So
we can,
we're going to
we
for
can.
those that are physically present, they are warming their tummy right now. For those online, what can we give to them? All right. Right now, simultaneously, we're going to have a breakout session now. We're going to divide this group into two, right? And we're going to be very snappy with it because of the constraint we have with the time and stay in the hall at the moment. Okay. So we're going to join two groups. Listen very well so that you hear what I'm saying. Two groups. The first group is if you are someone that is interested in three groups, sorry. Someone that is interested in career, you come and occupy this room, this side, these first two chairs. If you are interested in entrepreneurship, you occupy this side, right? Then if you are interested in investments, especially when it comes to investment largely, because we have someone from the real estate industry that's also going to tell us about certain things, opportunities that we have available for those persons that want to get lands in Abuja at the moment. So if you're interested in investment, you sit right there. Those last two rows, okay? So those last two rows for investment, this one for what's our career, right? And this one for what? Entrepreneurship. So quickly, let's do that now. In snappy, like within the count of 3. 1, 2. Please locate your stream. 1, 2, 3. Please. You can be eating as while that is ongoing. Yes. Career on this side. Investments. If you want to learn about investment opportunities, that way. If you want to learn about entrepreneurship, this way. Quickly. Somebody said she has made a lot. She has done career. She wants to invest. So go that way.